We are unmuted. Recording has begun.
All right, members online, if you can turn your camera on, we need you to have your camera on. It is September 26, 2023 at 8:51 a.m. This is the meeting of the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Committee. Mr. Price, can we start with a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Brent Rubin.
Here.
Deborah Carpenter.
Here.
Jasmine Anderson. Jerry Hawkins. Krista Nightingale. Linda McMahon.
Here.
Lynette Aguilar. Matt Houston.
Here.
Peter Goldstein.
Here.
Roy Lopez.
Here.
Nathaniel Barrett.
Here.
Jennifer Scripps.
Here.
Joe Cannon. Joe Cannon.
Catch him when he gets his camera on.
Okay. Colin Yarbrough.
Here.
Maureen Milligan. All right.
Very good. I see that we have a couple of folks who signed up online to speak, who appear to be online, as well as a couple of folks in the audience who may wish or may to speak if they want to. So why don't, since we may have a long meeting today and everyone's here, why don't we go ahead and start with our public speakers, and we'll give them 3 minutes each.
One note, just for an audience here, to just speak a little bit louder since there's no microphone.
Oh, okay.
Catch.
I will project. All right. So I see that Eric Haney is online. If we want to move him over, he's one of our registered speakers. And let the record reflect that Mr. Cannon joined the meeting at 8:52. Mr. Haney, are you there? Mr. Haney? All right, well, while we wait for Mr. Haney, do either of the members of the public in the audience wish to address the body?
I'm on the list as well.
Are you Ms. Palmer?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And I think we're gonna have you give your public comments from that podium up here. We've got a little bit of a makeshift setup today. Got 3 minutes to start.
Is this working? Or do I need to press something?
Should be working.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. My name is Laura Palmer. I reside at 911 North Madison Avenue. That is Kidd Springs in North Oak Cliff. I'm here to speak because I, as a member of the public, really only found out about this project about maybe 2 months ago. I attended one of the first town hall meetings at Singing Hills. That was, from a public standpoint, a total waste of time. It was not clear to the public what we were being asked to give comment on. So much so, I think the staff will tell you that that meeting had to be rescheduled at the request of Councilman Atkins. I did go to the second town hall meeting, which was last week. That was redone at Singing Hills. That was a much better town hall meeting, but I can still tell you from a public standpoint, it still is not clear to the public what all of this means. And I'm here because of my neighborhood and looking at the map, which has been all over the map, so to speak, with what is anticipated for our neighborhood. If you are familiar with North Oak Cliff, you will know that over the past 10 years, we have had zoning case after zoning case. We have had 2 citywide called zoning cases on our neighborhood alone. And when I look at Forward Dallas's map, it is not taking into consideration what happened during those zoning cases. There is a lot of confusion, even with me speaking with my neighbors, as to what the different residential place designations mean? Because our neighborhood has, in the map, has been cut up into all different residential types. I can tell you right now, our neighborhood is traditional residential. That is what we are. And Forward Dallas land, the plan right now does not reflect that. We have fought for over 10 years to maintain our neighborhood. It is a single family residential neighborhood. And that is what I'm here to stress and also ask this commission to really look at the different residential place types. Because looking at the documents, a clear definition is not outlined, nor does it give the public an idea of what you are anticipating their neighborhoods to really look like. Thank you.
Ms. Palmer.
Oh, sorry.
Does that conclude your remarks?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I should have hit that.
Okay. Does anyone else from the public to speak?
Yes, this is Eric Haney. I signed up to give public comment.
We'll get to you in just a second, Mr. Haney.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the little button.
There we go. I'm Pam Conlon, 901 North Madison. I was not planning on speaking. One thing that I really want to hit on, in addition to what Laura said, was the different way that you are expressing our neighborhoods. If you're familiar with Oak Cliff at all, we are located between Bishop Arts and Methodist Hospital. If you look at Kessler, you have them listed as traditional residential, where you put us as blended, whatever. Theirs is just as blended. We expect to be treated the same as Kessler. Down Beckley, there is business along there, just like there's business along ours. They have a multifamily on Handling there, just like we have some. And the reason why we have the multifamily in there now is because most of our houses were built before we had zoning. And so we had it. In 1977, when I came into the neighborhood, this had been upzoned according to the powers that be in the 60s. And we had not one piece that was zoned single family. It was zoned multifamily and office in 1977. And that was the mass rezoning that was done that included East Dallas and went down probably to Illinois. We still have some of that zoning around, but that's what prompted Winnetka Heights to go in for their historic designation, and East Dallas the same way. City was not that sophisticated in the planners that they hired to do these types of things, and our neighborhood certainly was not sophisticated. So we came up with, the planner helped do it as a planned development district, realizing that Bishop and Zane was slightly different. It had some doctor's offices on it. Multifamily was scattered throughout, small multifamily, 4 units, 3 units, that type of thing. So in 1982, I believe, our PD was put into place, PD 160, and it was basically single family. It allowed on Zane a different tract, and on Bishop, which allowed to stay that were there. They would not be non-conforming. If they were legal when the zoning passed, they would be both legal and conforming moving forward. So that's why that's in there. But our intention in 82 for it to be single family. Now, since then, we've had 2 zoning cases that were not put out there by the city. They were put out by private developers that got it put in and approved. And our neighborhood was just outvoted. They stripped us of Bishop and other areas. And yes, that my time up.
That is your time.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Conley. Mr. Haney, In order to comply with the Texas Open Meetings Act, you need to have your camera on. We need a video feed and an audio feed. Are you able to do that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I don't see your camera right now, so if you could get that turned on. And by the way, for the record, Miss Milligan joined the meeting at 8:55 a.m.
I apologize. I'm trying to get WebEx to cooperate. Did that work correctly?
There you go. All right, Mr. Haney, whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. So Eric Haney, I'm from 10102 Cromwell Drive in Dallas, Texas. That's in the northwest part of town. And that's what I wanted to speak about today. So I've been following the Forward Dallas process. I've tried to provide comments throughout, and I have seen that Northwest Dallas has just been left under glass. There's been absolutely no change in the zoning or the plans from traditional family neighborhoods, kind of abutting all of the commercial areas. And I just wonder how long we are going to continue to push this concept of keeping that part of town locked into increasingly unaffordable single family houses. I have seen the neighborhoods around us go from affordable to bulldozed gigantic mansions. And I see that the prices in my neighborhood have doubled in the 10 years that I have been here. And I just think that the further we delay this conversation, the further the affordability is going to be unattainable for people like myself in the next generation, for people that want to have smaller houses, that want to be to stay in their community. And so I just would really hope that the committee would consider at least proposing some small incremental change to this neighborhood, these neighborhoods in general, not just one neighborhood, not picking up, the one place that has to deal with all of the change of Dallas, but instead, at least considering that this part of Dallas could also have to deal with the change in prices, the change in population, the change in prosperity that we've all dealt with. So I think we see what is in front of us if we don't do anything. We see the examples of LA and Vancouver and Austin. How bad are we going to have this? This conversation is not going to be easier in 10 years. So I would hope that you would consider small multifamily and urban residential in some of these neighborhoods, especially the ones getting closer to Harry Hines and closer to Northwest Highway that benefit from transit and proximity to jobs. It's a wonderful part of town. I don't think having duplexes and quadplexes is going to change the neighborhood. I think it's going to benefit from keeping affordability and attainability in those areas. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and thank you for this process.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Haney. It sounds like all three of our public speakers have been very interested and involved in the process, but Mr. Keefe, you might briefly speak to, just for anyone else online and as well as our speakers, the ways that they can continue to provide feedback and be engaged.
Thank you, everybody. Again, Lawrence Agu, Chief Planner, Planning Urban Design. Speaking to Chair Rubin's comment in terms of how everybody can continue to be part of this process as we continue with these public meetings, open houses, workshops throughout your community. We are still open to reaching out and coming to your community, their communities, to be able to talk through specific issues on either the place types, descriptions, or the designation in your area. That's one way. Two, we're going to be kicking off fully our virtual open house. So all the information that we have in person, it's also going to be live, should be live too as well with a map, but we're going to be updating that continually. So within our Forward Dallas website, you can still engage all the materials, provide comments to us just as you would in person, and we'll still be gathering those comments too as well. And also to coming to these meetings, coming to these club workshops that we're having, discussions about the place types and the documents. still open for public comments, and we really appreciate those who actually spoke today. We've talked through these issues as well in-house and throughout the community, so I really appreciate your time to come in here and talk with the body as well. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Agu. All right, why don't we move on to our draft plan review and discussion. I believe that we were in the middle of the place types last time that we recessed.
Yes, so we have 3 more place types to discuss. That is the campus institutional place type and the 2 industrial place types. So we'll discuss those remaining place types for the beginning of this conversation, and then we'll swing into discussing the theme spreads. I think that we touched on it a bit last meeting, so we'll finalize that conversation, and then we'll basically wrap up our discussions with the individualized maps that we have at the back of the document, how it's laid out, more information, or just any direction that you all might have related to that. All parts of the document are still open for discussion, but those are the priorities for today. And if we even have time after that, we can delve into the implementation table if there's questions related to that too as well.
And the implementation table ties to the themes, correct?
That is correct. So the implementation table that we have in this draft document has the same objectives and action steps. The only additional information that has are the departments who would be leading those initiatives, and we're going to be adding in the future the timeline in terms of when those initiatives should be completed.
Great.
All right, so I'm going to share my screen in a second. Give me about 30 seconds so the audience and the club members and those online can see what we're looking at. Yeah. All right, and for those online, there will likely be a slight delay, anywhere from 2 seconds to sometimes 10 seconds. We are downstairs in the auditorium, so sometimes internet can be spotty. So please let me know, or let Brian know as well through direct chat if that's the case, and I'll make sure to update my cadence with our discussion. All right, so what we're going to do, so on the screen should be both on WebEx and our in person. We're going to look at the institutional campus. So just open it up for a conversation or discussion related to this specific place type. We can go from the land use designations to the descriptions, and I'll start to add those comments on the fly.
Mr. Cannon, was that a raised hand? No. Okay. Um,
Oh, okay.
And
Okay,
I can pop in.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, if you had something, Mr.
No, you can.
I guess. We saw a zoning case last week, on the campus of Richland College, which brought into, pretty stark relief for me that some of our institutional campus special purpose areas are very much, woven into the urban fabric, whereas some of our more suburban institutional campuses are incredible tracts of land with the, institutional uses sort of centered at the middle, and, a vast kind of setup of open space on, the exteriors along major arterials, which present a real opportunity for, I think, some really good community serving uses. This application was an application to allow a Parkland clinic on Richland's campus, which I think was, fantastic in theory. In terms of its urban design and practice, it was, in my view, sort of very much lacking in status quo. So I think it might be helpful to, add in at least a little piece here about our more suburban institutional campus special purpose districts, and thinking about how the design occurs there to really be as public serving as possible, as opposed to, simply taking sort of the path of least resistance to get the project done on the site.
And what I'm gonna be doing too, just, as the computer's taking this time, I'm gonna write my notes in my notepad. So as I get this situated, your comments will start to be on that screen as well.
Any other comments on this place type?
I have,
Go ahead, Commissioner Carpenter.
Ms. Raghu, the text emphasizes taking advantage of adjacent dart stations. How many of these, I mean, I'm looking at the overall map, and I see about, I don't know, quick count, 12.5 parcels that seem to be identified as this place type. Where, I know UNT, possibly Presbyterian Hospital, what others, which other of these possible place types have dart adjacency?
Right, so I guess the medical district, that's also one. Methodist, like you mentioned, UNT, the TI, their headquarters up there. This is kind of handful that comes to mind. Baylor, definitely, yes.
Could you run through, I mean, since it's only about 12.5 of them, could you kind of run through the list of what these are? Are they mostly, are they divided between educational and medical?
Yeah, so basically, so the land uses exist is usually somewhere in between a master plan community, like a hospital, university, those that have its own kind of built out master plan, basically self-contained kind of unit. So usually it's typically hospitals, larger tech facilities, TI, for example, hospitals. Those are usually the colleges, universities. So that's typically the type of place that encompasses. I mean, other cities, you could see a civic center that could be more that way as well. But for the most part, that's kind of what we see here in the city. I'm not sure if Patrick has additional language for that, but that's what we're.
Yeah, I don't think I can run through all 18 of them, but it's the large Dallas College campuses. It's UNT Dallas, it's DBU, it's Paul Quinn College. It's all of our major hospitals, so Methodist, Baylor, the hospital district, Presbyterian, and then, as Lawrence mentioned, the TI campus. Because those all, in our initial conversations and with our consultant, those are things that feel like they're, again, not exactly, when you're at Richland, when you're at Eastwood, when you're at BBU, that feels like you're there. When you're at TI, it feels like you're at TI. And they're a big enough driver of that type of place that they're different than something that's more integrated into the community. I don't believe we have any DISD campuses or Richland or other ISD campuses listed because, again, the feedback that we heard from many of the neighborhoods around there is they wanted those campuses to feel like it's a part of that neighborhood and not this thing that everybody drives to or goes to.
What about Goldman Sachs?
We can have that conversation about Goldman Sachs. That's probably something that's, again, part of that kind of urban core feel. If it rises to the level of an urban campus or the new development, which I think, if that starts to feel like it's its own thing, then that can be something that we can have that further conversation about.
Could you identify for me the parcels that are in Northwest Dallas that I should know because they're in District 6, but I'm not recognizing?
So what I'm going to switch this screen to the map so we can speak from the same image. And Commissioner Carpenter, just to clarify, which area would you like for us to zoom into?
It's in Northwest Dallas. Looks like it's near Northwest Highway, Stemmons. Is that Dr. Pepper?
The northwest side of Love Field.
Yeah. Colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Southwest is that northwest corner of Love. There's one more parcel
No, I'm talking about,
further north.
yeah. further north.
Yeah.
Is that because there's the country club that's up there, right?
So that's,
That might be it.
Institution, special.
If it is the country club, that's not right.
Yeah, that would be more property.
The country
Yeah,
club
I
is
just-
further south. The country club is further south, closer to, on Harry Hines.
so are we
Is that the
talking about
Raytheon campus?
the two? Yeah, that's the FBI. That's right. And
Southwest
City of
offices.
Dallas, I think sanitation center.
Yeah, and Southwest has their offices up there. Commissioner Carpenter, let me look into that and circle back with you. There might be some further clarification on it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think for today, just be clear, even though we're going to be speaking through the rest of the day, I want to be able to kind of maybe stay on kind of our cadence of kind of wrapping up the place type descriptions, then the themes, and then we can go into the map or other sections that this committee would like to delve into.
Anything else on institutional campus?
Yes, this is Linda McMahon. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, go ahead, Ms. McMahon.
Thank you. I'm really not clear because it seems like you're using public institutions like university campuses, but then you're also including corporate campuses, which that could be, a lot of different options, like, someone mentioned Goldman Sachs, but I'm not sure that I'm really clear on how this can be applied. I mean, I understand, is it a multi-building situation? I mean, what's the definition that's clearer than what I'm seeing right now, which is mostly institutional and public as opposed to private? I mean, is there
Right, so
some
I think
definition in terms of size or number of buildings or, variety of different other things?
Right, so going back to, I think it's a good question, going back to the title of this, it's not just an institutional campus, also looks at special purpose
Special
campuses
purpose.
as well. Yeah, you have a comment?
No, I mean, I just don't think this is really clear to me.
Right, okay. I guess from your perspective, is there a particular direction in terms of what you'd like for this to add clarity to? What are your thoughts on that one?
I think there should be either some description of what's on an institute, not like what content is on an institutional campus, but is it a multi-building scenario where there's multiple buildings that are all under one umbrella? Is it a specific size? It has to be so many acres or whatever. I mean, I just think there needs to be some more definition around what could apply for this, because I could see this as being something that would be it's not clear to me. I don't know whether it's clear to everybody else. Maybe I'm the only one it's not clear.
Comment noted.
Any additional comments on this place type? All right. Let's go to what is now known as flex commercial.
All right.
The place type formerly known.
Just a symbol.
All right, our flex commercial place type again, just open for comments from this body. Any parts of this up for discussion?
I go to Commissioner Carpenter every time that she has something.
Well, yeah, I don't, okay, I understand that you're renaming it from flex industrial to flex commercial because you got feedback that people did not want the industrial tag associated with a parcel of land near them. But I don't see that anything about the description of the place type has changed. So this just seems to be a cosmetic change that's not really addressing what their concerns are. If this is truly an industrial place type, calling it flex commercial seems to be less transparent than it needs to be. Overall, I can't think of any place in Dallas that really fits this description. And when you read the text and you said, this is the place type that's envisioned to provide transitioning between heavy industrial and residential, I don't know where you're going to find this because in my experience, these heavy industrial tend to abut residential. So are you chewing into the residential? Are you trying to lift up the heavy industrial? I'm really not following the logic of this altogether. And to be transparent to my fellow commission members here, I have provided a lot of input about industrial through the process. You know, I don't think that two industrial place types, or we've just got one now, gives us enough nuance to really plan to move away from the long-standing inequities we have had with, you know, residential abutting heavy industrial. I think we have, you know, I've heard feedback that we're being too critical and negative about industrial uses. I think we have legacy indoor small scale, small yard industrial that exists in the Bellum and the Cedars and West Dallas Design District that are perfectly compatible with mixed use and residential. I'm not talking about those. You know, we have lots of commercial kitchens and machine shops and that sort of thing. Those coexist. You go to the other end of the extreme and we have the outdoor crushing, salvage. You know, it's not, when I read these two remaining place types, it seems to be kind of ignoring the fact that those types of incompatible industrial uses are going to remain. There really isn't a way to improve the conditions to green up a metal salvage yard where it's going to be compatible with an adjoining neighborhood. So having this industrial hub and then this flex commercial, I'm just not seeing that we have enough nuance there. You know, we have industrial parks, we have warehouse logistics centers. All these kinds of industrial places are very distinct and require different kinds of, you know, sizes of yards, or they have buildings that are or are not suitable for adaptive reuse. And I just see that we're missing the mark here. So I'll just stop.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question for you. So as you're kind of listing some of those other uses, commercial parks or other light industrial parks, which types of light industry or even those that you listed, would you consider making sense to abut residential?
The kind that I was just talking about, the indoor, small yard, you know, you have no noise, no odors, no fumes. You have low truck traffic coming and going. Then you have some small warehousing. The problem with the current code is it doesn't differentiate between a tiny warehouse that stocks, you know, air conditioning filters and an Amazon warehouse that has, you know, 100 ports. You know, when you talk about warehousing and logistics being compatible with residential, it's a matter of scale. Because no neighborhood is it's not going to be a good transition for a residential neighborhood and then a large logistics warehouse and then whatever office. That sort of thing.
No, I appreciate that. I think that actually helps. And I think the way that we even crafted this particular place type, I think a lot of what you just mentioned can be added. I think the scale component, I think as we talk about transitioning to or abutting, so you just talk about abutting to residential neighborhoods or what those uses are right against that. I think a lot of that language that you just mentioned can be added to this particular place type to talk about what that should look like between residential and this particular type of place type. So within here too as well, as we're looking at, and you mentioned a few uses, as we're looking at, for example, just talk about the warehouse logistics, for example, a lot of trucking that happens. So there's probably no production of, toxic fumes, but what you're talking about is the noise or maybe even just the vehicular pollution, I guess, that can be generated from these type of uses. I think maybe RT can look at in terms of where should that fit within the place type designations that we've created or developed. Is that could that be more of an industrial hub, or how should that transition work within this particular place type if it doesn't, but residential community? I'm not sure if Patrick, you have anything else to add to that, but I think what you just mentioned makes a lot of sense to add kind of more definition to this particular place type.
Well, at a minimum, my recommendation would be that you add a place type that is for warehouse, logistics and warehousing, to reflect developments like the inland port and some of the places that are, where you have clusters of these large logistics facilities that cause us, sitting on CPC, we hear a lot of cases where, warehousing is wanting to go in on land that's adjacent to or zoned for residential. And we hear all of the complaints and issues that the adjoining neighborhoods bring up about trucks trying to cut through their neighborhoods and that sort of thing. Because these logistics facilities, they tend to cluster together. They need wide roadways with, good access to freeways, and ideally, not an easy way for them to see a shortcut in neighborhoods. So I think they present some unique challenges, and they also tend to cluster together. So I think that, go back to the residential neighborhoods, and we were looking at, when we were arguing, discussing, I was arguing, blended and traditional neighborhoods. We were looking at very small distinctions between those two neighborhoods as a reason to produce totally different place types. So I'm saying here we have a whole lot, and I realize that to a lot of people, I'm speaking a language they don't understand, because Dallas has been very successful in segregating and isolating industrial areas to certain parts of town. And so for lots of people, they have no experience with this whatsoever. But, D6, I've got it everywhere. And so there are very different types of industrial areas that present distinct challenges. So I think we really need to look at adding more detail to and more place types to this area.
Yeah, let's think. So it's more of a thought exercise. So this particular place type, say we removed warehouse logistics that you're talking about from this place type. This basically becomes a mixed use place type.
It does. That was one of the things I was going to say. If you do that, it does.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
when you look at the use charge, it starts to.
Exactly. So the thing is that we have basically, if we remove this place type, let's just say we do that thought exercise, this becomes the community mixed use place type, and we still have industrial hub and whichever place type with the warehouse logistics that we're talking about. So we still have the two that exist. So I think this basically is that place type that you're talking about, but it adds a bit more language in terms of how that should relate to communities that are residential, and also to focusing on that more commercial side of it, and not just being a solely warehouse logistics. But are you suggesting that we do have a place that's solely warehouse logistics?
It could be defined about scale. Because there are very small warehouses that are compatible and with that. When we did the Fort Worth, the design district, the Cedars, the Fort Worth Avenue, West Commerce PDs, we left certain industrial uses there. Inside industrial light manufacturing, machine shops. There are certain industrial uses that are very compatible with mixed use. It's these the potentially incompatible ones that are issues.
Okay, and then again, thought exercise kind of bringing you into staff's kind of discussion. So we then have a place type that's specifically warehouse logistics. How do we talk through the transition or that juxtaposition of residential in that particular warehouse logistics place type?
I think it's going to require, I think the roadways are very important. Your roadway, they don't need to share boundary, I mean, they don't need to share adjacent property lines. I think they need to be separated by whatever the road grid is that's acceptable for handling that kind of truck traffic. And if there's such a way to designate truck routes because the big warehouse logistics places tend to like to have good freeway adjacency. If there are, very clear truck routes to get them in and out of whatever the warehouse place type is and those roads, I think that's very useful.
And just to follow up though, whatever this place type is, that the intent is not to have both staff and from your perspective, it's not to have an Amazon warehouse in this. This is the AC, 5,000 square foot, right? This is the stuff up like north of the river, but south of like 114, where it's smaller scale warehouse inside light manufacturing under 10,000 square feet, that type of stuff. And I do.
But right now, the code doesn't differentiate between all those warehouses. So if you say warehouse and logistics goes here, people go, oh, goody. I mean, we get this all the time.
Yeah.
And then the commercial motor vehicle parking lots, which are.
I believe you are correct. I think it needs better clarification because just like we're intentional saying this is not an industrial place type, we need to say that this is not a large warehouse place type and just providing that clarification and that this is not when we say light industrial, we're not talking about things that are obnoxious and odorous and that type of stuff. I think you are correct in that we need to better put in language for staff, CBC, and council when they're evaluating these things to say, just because it's this color doesn't mean that you can go ahead and do this. Here's the language that CLUP and CBC and the City of Dallas and the public said this is what we want.
I think what happens there is this place type, as Mr. Reduce said, tends to blur with the mixed use. So
yeah,
I'll go back and think about it some more. But I think and then I think.
Can I offer a suggestion?
Well, let's let Commissioner Carter finish. Oh, go ahead, Ms. McMahon.
Thank you. I mean, what's really important these days in logistics is a last mile warehouse, which is 20,000 and less square feet, but they really are last mile. So is this place type intention for the last mile logistics, or is this intention for much smaller than that? Because that's in industrial, that's the big conversation right now.
So I would ask the follow-up question based on your experience and your context. When you say the last mile logistics, is there to Commissioner Carpenter's question, is there a square footage that they're looking at for those buildings, that are getting it from the outskirts of DFW into more urbanized areas and then doing that last mile logistics?
Yes. I mean, the maximum I've heard is 20,000, but I can get some more specific clarification on that. But it's not 100,000 or a million square feet. It's really just a location to house goods in between the time that they're actually delivered to residences. So, I think it would be helpful, particularly for the people that are in this business, to specifically state if one of these is intended for that type of use, because that's a totally different use than a lot of other industrial uses. And I'll be happy to get you some specific data on that.
Or even whatever the people are willing to share publicly about some of that operationals for that last mile. I mean, is it a 52-foot trailer pulling up to a warehouse, drops stuff off, and then it gets on a smaller, FedEx truck? Or is it, worried about if you're having big trucks, are big trucks still a part of that last mile? They're just on the front end of it as opposed to the back end.
I think that is the description, but I will be happy to do research and ask the right people and get that information to you, because I think that is something that people are looking for right now in terms of industrial space. And so to clarify what that, where that fits into all of these different place types, I think would be helpful, at least in the near term. I'll get back with you on that.
No, thank you.
I'll hop in with a quick comment unless anyone else. Still good?
Just have a question, I think, to Commissioner Carpenter's discussion about maker spaces, right? So do any of the mixed use, as you see it, do any of the mixed use place types allow for me to have my leather goods store at the front and my leather production at the back? Or is this flex commercial the only place where I'd be able to have a use like that?
Right, so looking, I guess, our design district, for example, that's currently coded community mixed use, and it does allow for what you just mentioned. So that could occur in terms of the scale within the community mixed use, and also too, if it's a larger scale type of thing, it can probably would occur more in the flex commercial place type.
But so the production wouldn't be, our code wouldn't currently define leather production as an industrial use at this point?
We can look into that. I can't give you
Yeah,
the answer.
it gets into a little bit the specifics on the performance issue, like
Right.
that is part of the question. So like the coffee roasters, there's some issues there with how it's vented.
Right.
But the intent would be, if you say, is there maker space allowed in the community mixed use, we'd say yes. You know, if where appropriate, yes, a maker space would be something that could be allowed in that place.
I know we've gotten past that, but I think that would be good to be intentional about that. I think especially as we think about business resiliency, we have other pandemics and shutdowns, people who are able to be makers are able to be a lot more resilient than just a retail storefront.
It seems like just the differentiator between there's industrial hub, which allows out all of those annoying stuff. It's just noxious uses. And then there's everything else, right? And because even some pretty heavy industrial things like CNC machining, I mean, these are 8 or 10 ton machines that are very large and they don't make very much noise. And you could have one in your neighbor's back garage and you wouldn't know about it. But they're working machine parts. Or you get a little bit more obnoxious and it's like, guys, cast stone, people are they're using a front end loader to move some things into the warehouse to make cast stone parts for construction, and they have trucks pick them up. But that's kind of mostly inside. Right?
And a lot of it's just scale.
Yeah,
It's scale and the rate at which it occurs outside.
yeah, so it's like concrete crushing, metal salvagers, there's no way to make those not annoying. And I kind of know it, like there's no way to don't have nobody. It opens a new one.
Plus,
Or a big composting facility. And so it kind of feels like we're really defining industrial hubs and then saying all this stuff that doesn't look like commercial actually doesn't really annoy people very much, and it's just allowed in another zone. So it kind of feels like the flex commercial definition is not extremely helpful in that all the things that we would allow there would also allow in the mixed use areas. Do I have that? Well, we have setting aside the logistics for a moment, which is a different kind of noxious.
So it's kind of just because it isn't like, it's talking about a residential neighborhood where apartments might be allowed versus a city residential area where that's the main use. So the flex commercial would be, many more maker spaces. That's what you would expect in flex commercial. In the mixed use areas, it wouldn't be, you've got a whole street of maker spaces, you've got retail, you've got restaurants, and you might have a maker space on that block, but it's a supporting use, not one of the primary ones.
Right, and going back to what these place types are, the type of place that you typically expect when you get here. So I think we're talking about some that when you have kind of the leather shop, and then you also have the production in the back. Basically, that leather production supporting the retail component of what's also occurring. So I think looking at that from a big picture too is also what we want to also kind of pull from you all too as well.
Yeah, well, we gave the example of the design. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Design district has the mixed use, right? And that's like mostly maker spaces are That was lots of transition from retail and design and showrooms and things, but that sound, from what the description I just heard, that sounds like you're saying the design district is flex commercial, but there are a lot of them that are gonna be redeveloped as apartments, especially ones that have,
Transition.
Yeah, so-
have a big piece of land with it, but
I would say that's the difference between the existing versus the future.
Right.
That understanding that the design district right now probably has more maker spaces than it will have 10 years from now.
Sure.
And that the area, the other side of 114, that area probably not going to have a lot more apartments or retail. It's still going to be mostly maker spaces 10 years from now. That the future of that area is different. Like, you walk down Deep Ellum, you might find a guy who has a CNC machine in the back of his property, but he's not the normal, there's one on his block, and then you have restaurants, stores, bars, whatever else it is, versus walking through the design district. We say in 10 to 20 years, it would look more like Deep Ellum than it looks like now. The flex commercial areas would look more like the design district maybe looks now in 20 years than they do right now.
Go to Mr. Lopez, then Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, just a question for, planning staff. I actually like this flex commercial element. I do think that we probably need to segregate the warehouses, but, I'm thinking about the area just west of the Galleria. That to me is kind of the definition of flex commercial. But a question for the planning staff here. You have urban design elements, and it kind of is descriptive of what we're seeing just west of the Galleria. But is there an element here where we can be a little bit more proactive in terms of encouraged design elements? What I am seeing in that area just west of the Galleria is huge noise issues. You have light manufacturing that is happening in that area. A lot of trucks coming in and out. I think the neighborhood is getting a little bit sick and tired of the noise elements that are happening there. Can we, as a component of this, be proactive in terms of encouraged urban design elements that helps mitigate the noise? And we can do this on all of them, actually. I'm just thinking about how we can be a little bit more proactive in terms of encouraging the development that we want to see in our community versus just descriptive. It's just, this is what we see.
Right. Yeah, I think 100%, because I think you're actually speaking to what these are supposed to be doing in terms of what's the future kind of embodiment of how we want these to play out in the future, not just describing what they look like. So I think we can definitely look to kind of update our urban design elements.
It's a little bit more proactive,
Right.
is what I'm saying.
Right.
Goldstein?
Just wanted to add an additional thought along that similar line about being proactive, that it seems to me that part of the role of this place type is to maintain that separation. Actually, that's what it says here, maintaining separation between the industrial areas and non-industrial uses. And being more proactive, we might want to say not just maintaining, but creating. To kind of looking forward into the future, because part of the problem, as I understand it, is that many times we don't have that separation now. There's nothing to maintain. So the idea would be proactive as we move forward. Let's introduce this as a buffer.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion.
I'll hop in. I think that's a great comment from Mr. Goldstein. I've heard a lot of talk about scale and also spacing. I think the transitions component of the flex commercial place type as it is today could be strengthened a lot to, it speaks to smaller offices being integrated in edge areas to provide the transition, to provide a buffer to surrounding neighborhoods. I would also directly address, it talks about being a buffer, but the first sentence talks about being a buffer between heavier industrial operations and residential areas. I would get much more prescriptive potentially and talk about what goes into the heavier industrial to less intensive but non-residential uses along the heavier, the barrier, the adjacent areas with those heavier industrial areas, and maybe even suggested some of the heavier uses within flex commercial should be limited to those edges of the place type to make clear that you're not going to be able to put the 50,000 square foot or larger warehouse along the residential border.
That we need the transition between this and residential and the transition between this and more industrial.
Yeah.
Yeah, both sides.
Anyone online? Having a little bit of trouble seeing folks, so if you're online, feel free to speak up. Mr. Yermera.
I would just add on to that, to what Chair Rubin was saying. A lot of the feedback I'm getting, particularly on this place type, is that communities that are seeing this in their neighborhoods are seeing this as a sacrifice zone, and they're seeing themselves in the sacrifice zone. And I think some of it is due to the language that currently exists in the place type. Where it says provide a buffer, they're like, oh, so we're the buffer. So whether it's in length, I would hope that both in language and intent, we continue to go, I think, along with Mr. Goldstein was saying about it's a creation of a buffer, not it is the buffer, if that makes sense. I know it's a small change in language, but I think the intent behind that may be closer to what we've been talking about. And I think that may get us closer to where I think neighborhoods that may find themselves near this really want to be. It's like, no, we want to not be the buffer, but to get more than arm's length away from
That an area that might it's a good point that an area that right now in the 2006 Ford Dallas plan might be called as industrial, saying no, it's not an industrial. Here is the buffer. This is the area that's supposed to be the buffer from the heavy industrial stuff in your neighborhood, as opposed to, well, let's just make you the buffer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So devil's advocate kind of. So in terms of that, I see where you're going with that. So what does that buffer look like? Is there a distance that we need to start to look into? Are there certain materials, which is actually not the scale for Dallas? So what does that buffer look like? Because I think we're kind of pushing that, not saying down the road, but what does that look like?
Well, I think that's where I get kind of in this process, because we're only talking about place types and we're not talking about code. I think that's where I'm like, I would love to put in some of that language, but I understand that this is not the forum for that, so I don't know right now. I know what distances, from a heavy industrial perspective, things should be away from residents.
So what our team can do, although this is not a zoning exercise or a project, we can kind of go back and kind of look and see if there is anything, not just within our language, but just best practices. So whatever language that we put here can be translated to kind of the zoning side of things. So we can do some investigation in terms of what that looks like. I just want to pick your brains before we kind of start to do that research ourselves.
And like you were saying, that the buffer should be in the industrial itself.
Yeah.
I go back to this. Doesn't seem like a zone that needs a buffer. Stuff that we're saying is not problematic, noise, traffic, environmental concern. But so it's not something that needs to be. It's fine for if that's around the edge of the industrial hub also, but it's kind of not relevant to the buffering of the noxious use itself in the industrial hub.
No, that's a great point. I think I was thinking the same thing. And yes, you mentioned if that buffer language, which is going to be kind of included in the place types itself, to the same industrial hub itself, do we then say, in addition to the industrial hub, for example, not being abutting any residential place type, it should also have some additional language in terms of how buffering inside the place type occurs? I think what we've done so far on the map, at least, is make sure that there is no abutting industrial hub and residential. But are you basically saying we need to add more kind of depth to maybe those?
No, I'm almost saying that we need less strict on the industrial hub, except where there's some residential adjacency. Because that's where the buffer and the touching and the extra care is needed. Right. In those areas. So, if you had industrial hubs that were adjacent to neighborhoods, then those just need to be subject to stricter scrutiny.
Yeah, that's actually a great conversation. So I know we're talking about possibly the warehouse, a larger manufacturing warehouse, possibly coming into industrial hub. So right now there are no adjacencies, or hopefully that we noticed, of industrial hub and residential. If those industrial logistics kind of get into that industrial hub, there'll likely start to be more of that kind of physical touching of a place type that's industrial hub and a place type that's residential. So I think then the language should have that, then the place type should have that language that talks about that transition. But what's going to happen, people are going to see the map update. Now they're near an industrial hub, which might not play out too well. So I think it's kind of, I want to be able to kind of understand how we.
Yeah, then I think we really need to focus on stretching character description for the design elements to emphasize where residential adjacency exists. That we have, I think in the very first meeting that really harped on things being related to fairly objective nuisances. So things to me, zoning is about nuisances, and heavy industrial is the prime example. Everybody thinks so. So if we are really hammering that hard, I know people will focus on the map, but we're just going to have to overcome those objectives with great. You guys can do it. I have faith in you.
Someone does.
My last comment, just to kind of come full circle, is that, yes, I agree that in the character description, maybe, and Lawrence, in answer to your question, what does that buffer look like? That you've got environmental and noise pollution kind of clearly spelled out. And I think we definitely, Ms. Carpenter's suggestion about traffic and parking should be one of those.
Definitely, that was actually, yes, I think when we started this conversation, we were talking with OEQS and actually their commissioners and those who are serving on their bodies. The defining pollution was noise, environmental, also it was visual pollution. Wanted to kind of figure out what the definition in the city looks like. That was all actually encompassed. So what we can do is make sure that we update it to reflect exactly what you're saying, because that was the intent at the beginning.
Yeah, and I don't know, as an asterisk or something, but it also might want to do with impervious surface, right?
Right.
Deal with that whole flooding issue and heat island.
Good comment.
Mr. Gerber.
I just have one more. Our discussion 2 weeks ago, we talked about the possibility of additional language. Because right now we only have one header for transitions, and it was unclear if that was adjacency or whatever, but I think, are we also going to add additional language for, if this is now your place type, this is how we see the transition? Because I think that's really not really, but that's one that, evolution is like one of the key things for this specific place type is if it goes to somewhere and we're trying to move out industrial to an industrial hub or somewhere else, I think that's kind of the core of some of our conversations.
Yeah, I like a lot of what you just said. So I'm gonna actually maybe just do a quick review of what I heard too. So in addition to just, land use transitions, you're actually talking about just through time, how an area can transition from what it currently is to what this is envisioning it to be. And going back to your initial comment in terms of this being more aspirational, kind of speaking more to the possibilities of what this place that can be. I think that comment actually makes a lot of sense in terms of us adding that. It's also, in addition to the title, right, we don't have the updated doc right now, but we're going to be working on tweaking that, developing that based on the comments. So hopefully next time we meet, a lot of comments, but still, I think we're on track to provide you also with some updates that you all probably review as homework. as we come and present those changes and those updates. But I think it's a great comment. And sorry, one last thing. I think you had an additional piece. I just want to make sure I got that. So in addition to the transition language, either being adjacency or whatever, and also to the transitioning of existing to future place type, was there a third piece that you mentioned? Just want to make sure
I don't think so.
Okay, just make sure.
That's the main thing, because when I think about CPC or I think about residents, having something that they can point to and say, okay, this is, and y'all even, when you're reviewing stuff, it's like, what can we hang our hat on as we're transitioning things? Because right now, there's really nothing to hang your hat on in the plan to say this is our evolution.
Right. That makes sense. Thank you.
Anyone else with comments or questions on this place type? All right. Industrial hub, Mr. Gay.
All right.
Starting first.
Yeah.
Well, let me just say, first of all, that I think most of the text here under character description really fits the warehousing logistics that we're talking about creating. Because it's talking about logistics warehousing, growing industry with strong potential for mobility of skilled workers and efficient movement of freight and that sort of thing. And to me, that falls into that category that we haven't really created yet. When we get to industrial hub, I think there needs to be, going to what Mr. Barrett was saying before, we have this industrial hub, and I know we all know that there are types of heavy industry that are problematical in terms of residential adjacency. I mean, they're noisy, they're unsightly, there's a lot of truck traffic, and there's really not a way to improve. I mean, you can't improve a metal salvage yard to the point where somebody wants to live next door to it, or earth compost gravel sales, or 40 acres of commercial motor vehicle parking. But then there's also industrial hub. I'm thinking of, say, the area that's west of Westmoreland along Irving Boulevard and all. I mean, it's hub industry, but it's not the grossly incompatible that nobody would ever want to live next to it. I mean, I'm seeing some transitioning taking place there now. So perhaps we need to think about kind of a frank acknowledgement that there is a place that is just incompatible, and we can't really improve it to the point where it is compatible with residential. So is it industrial hub incompatible with residential, or I'm not sure where to take that, but there just needs to be an acknowledgement here that there are areas, if you go out to Ryan and Luna and Spangler, where you have batch plant after batch plant after asphalt, concrete crushing, that sort of thing. It presents traffic. The roads are torn up constantly. You could not co-locate logistics and warehousing because the type of truck traffic, it doesn't work together. So is there a way to split industrial hub to the point where we just frankly acknowledge there are always going to be heavy, intensive industries that just aren't what they are. And then there are also the industrial hub areas that perhaps they don't have the types of buildings that the Cedars or Design District have that are good for adaptive reuse. So the likely transition is not going to be the way the Cedars and the Design District have gone, but it's kind of an open book. It could go a lot of different directions.
Right. So another thing, bunch of exercise, and Pat's probably going to jump into. So again, say we split this again, like you just mentioned, kind of heavy crushing, and then the other more logistics place type.
Well, logistics is one place type. We've already split that up. But as far as core industry, there's incompatible industrial hub, and then there's industrial hub that could be more.
So basically, yeah. So I'm actually going to where you just mentioned. So the warehouse that we talked about, say we're moving from mental exercise, we're moving from flex commercial. Say that gets put into
warehouse logistics.
Right. Okay. So then we have one logistics place type, and then we have the heavy industrial place type that you're talking about. That's the two that we're talking about. That's currently what we have two now, but maybe we're just talking about refining the definitions of these two. Because we would still have to remove the industrial hub from that flex commercial.
Well, flex commercial is probably not an industrial place type thing.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, so basically, say we remove that, that becomes
Just have one.
that becomes community mixed use, basically, right? So that we still have two.
You're talking about the warehouse.
One that has the warehouses and one that's kind of heavy. So,
Industrial hubs, but I'm saying industrial hub, I think, needs to be split because incompatible industrial uses that are the large scale crushing, but they don't really have any potential for evolving into anything else. And
Yeah.
The only thing we could decide at that point is the city that we don't want them, and I don't see that happening.
So I guess, and trying to clarify for you and everybody, right, the stuff over Westmoreland, right now we have that as the flex commercial because it's smaller warehouses and there is a component that it can be adaptable. Because it could turn into deep ellum 20 years from now. Right now, it's not deep ellum, but it could do that. Then we have the stuff down near off, some stuff down off of 20, which is 1,000,000 square feet of warehouse. That's not going to be really adaptable. But that logistics hub, there is a better ability, at least that we're hearing, to make that a little bit more compatible with the residential communities that are around it because it's not outside and it's not crushing. It's not an auto salvage yard. And then we have that last bucket of uses that is concrete crushing and asphalt, the asphalt plants, that is the auto pound yards, that there's a limited ability to make that compatible with surrounding residential areas. And so if you've got big warehouses and you've got heavy industry, is that the same? Is this again, would we be calling this place type the industrial and logistics hub? And then we were making differentiations within that place type, just like we are between like suburban, city residential and city, like urban residential. Or are we then saying, no, industrial hub is here, that's one color. Logistics hub is here, that's the second color. And then that flex commercial is a third color. And that's, the conversation that we would want feedback on to say, is that the direction of club? Or is that something that we can come back to you with and say, this is how we might do it? And give a couple of options to then have y'all make that recommendation.
I definitely agree that the warehouse logistics needs to be a completely different place type that doesn't exist here. To move that, because to me, where I'm seeing it is a cluster, it is a place type. I mean, they cluster together, they have distinct challenges and batch plants don't try to move into the middle of it. It's an area that it's almost like the special purpose campus things. But my point is with industrial hub, I think I see a need for that to split because we do have areas, Spangler, Luna, Ryan, or down around Joppy, the heavy, where we've got the concrete crushing, and they are just frankly incompatible. I mean, they're not going to change into anything else. But then I have industrial parks, like Lone Star Industrial Park, that's right there between Hampton and Westmoreland, that's south of the railroad track, that is solidly industrial, but for the most part, I mean, they're heavy industry, but they're not grossly incompatible the way that the crushing and grinding. You can have a heavy industry that is a little more amenable to, mixed use adjacency or residential adjacency. Am I making that clear?
Yeah, and just trying to understand, reference a couple of stuff out near Luna. Is there enough of that it's its own place type?
Yes, definitely.
And the Luna, Walnut Hill and all that, that's a kind of a function of floodways. Can you build anything out there, really? Because it's all.
Well, theoretically, they tell us you can take anything out of a floodway.
Well,
In practicality, it's.
Any problem with the money, enough money. But,
Exactly.
a lot of the industrial problems we talk about are downstream from the pressure we get from housing costs. So talking a lot about housing. We have kind of contemporary issues with logistics and warehouse, but they continue pressure on industrial space because industrial space is an easy target for residential redevelopment because it's less. I mean, nobody likes industrial areas, but they like those less than they like apartments, right? A lot of neighborhoods try to keep the apartments out, so if you're going to rezone an area for apartments.
Well, in West Dallas, everything south of Singleton that's been industrial, the neighbors have accepted that it gets zoned for residential, for denser residential, for multifamily.
Yeah, and there are some areas, so there are some areas that are floodways that have kind of been industrial, where they are close to convenient logistical and transportation connections. And then there were some really horrible historic rezone for industrial for that reasons, which have a high chance of being redeveloped. Pretty good land in the place, but I don't know. I'd have a hard time thinking about some of these places as like over on Lunar Road as ever changing anything. I mean, in our lifetime, being floodways and outdoor storage and.
Well, I guess let me address it from the other direction. Say, from CPC, say we get someone who wants to put in a concrete crushing plant or something like that, and they're looking at this and go, okay, where do I put this? And in the area around Ryan, Luna, and Spangler, that's pretty much what the identity is. But would you want them to look at the middle of, warehousing, an area that's really warehousing logistics that would now be coded industrial hub before we're splitting them off? Would you want them to think, oh, well, this is a great place, I can go put that kind of wildly incompatible use?
Yeah.
It just, we need some guide, because we get this, where do we put 40 acres of commercial motor vehicle parking?
Yeah, and I think that's the question, the thought exercise of, are there enough concrete crushing where we need to say, like, can we either say in this place type, we make sure we have enough language in it to address the limited, instances in which that comes up, or do we need to separate it out? Now, I'm not saying I have an answer either way. It's
Just say we need some guidance here because, or we need to have the honest conversations.
Yeah.
How much of this does Dallas need and how much of our land area are we willing to dedicate to?
Yeah, and I say, how much of this is full well acknowledging that a very small amount of this is a very big issue too. That because it is such a high intensity industrial use, that we need to be able to speak to that. And is that speaking to it in a specific place type, or is that speaking to it within one place type, specifically in that place type? And we can definitely come back to y'all with some suggestions and some options.
What are you, I haven't looked at the maps that thoroughly, but what are you proposing now? Say Jockey is one of the clearest examples I could think of where you have an established residential neighborhood and then you have very incompatible industrial, the most industrial of the industrial hub. How are you coding that industrial area adjacent to Jockey?
So we're taking a look at the pages, right?
Oh, see,
Like
you can't,
Yeah, so there's gonna be a point in which we can go through some of those specific locations and we can have that conversation. So some of the stuff around Joppy, like there is like the UP line. That's the UP line, it's not moving, right? But then there were some other areas that had, to Mr. Yarbrough's point, that had more heavy industrial land uses on it that need to transition to that flex commercial other type of place. We need to have better language in it to say how those areas transition, what do they transition to. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
And when we get into some of the more macro things.
Really wasn't, I wasn't really trying to concentrate so much on Jockey, just trying to think of how you are addressing the place types where these gross incompatibilities exist.
Yeah. And I don't want to speak out of turn and say, oh, it's this, and then we leave it at that.
No, I understand. And because where we have these heaviest incompatible industries right now, I mean, we're not gonna create, I mean, I have not heard anything, seen anything on these maps where we're creating any areas in Dallas where those could go. And then I also get feedback from the Office of Environmental Quality, that they don't really want us to cluster any more of them up into that Bryant, Spangler, Luna, but that's the only place they can go right now. You know, where you don't run into, at least in District 6, where you don't run into residential. So, I mean, anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
Industrialism.
if a new land use is going into Dallas with one of those more offensive land, not offensive, excuse me, with a highly intensity industrial land use, it's going to get pushed back no matter where it goes.
That's why I guess for industrial hub, that's why I'm saying there's a subset here of those highly incompatible uses that need to be addressed real honestly. And they don't need to be just sort of hidden away in this industrial. That's why I don't know if it's breaking it into two categories or there's some internal way to deal with this, but I'm saying we just need, they present such unique challenges that.
Yeah, if it's not its own place type, you know, again, to your point, to specifically call it out and highlight it, however we can do it in this place type to say, look, the big warehouse is not the same as the slaughterhouse. And
Well, the warehouses, I think we've moved, but yeah.
So I think actually I want to get some clarity from Commissioner Carpenter. I think we talking about the commercial, flex commercial in this particular place type, or I think this conversation is actually helpful. Would you mind giving a summary just for staff in terms of what those, I think, three that I just noted, kind of documented on my notes, those industrial hub or industry place types, what it could be, just to kind of get a quick overview of what you're thinking that those different nuances would look like.
I think I've said that in writing. I can do that again.
Okay, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, because I broke it down into, I think, 4 different types of industrial. I can get something.
Okay. I think because what we heard too, I think from that, I think there were 4. I think I heard 3. Just want to make sure they're current.
Well, I think what I hear agreement on here is that the warehouse logistics, the large scale warehouse logistics needs to be a separate place time. And then this flex commercial, I'm still a little confused as to how it's going to blend into the mixed use. Because if we limit the industrial uses and components there to things that are not incompatible, then we're blurring it into the other mixed use categories. Right. So, and then when we get to it, we do need what's called hardcore industrial hub, you know, which is, but there are the incompatible industrials, and then there are industrial, there's hardcore industrial that isn't as incompatible, and it goes down to noise and odors and traffic.
Yes, that's a good point. So I think in your district, maybe just thinking about south of Singleton, I think you mentioned there are probably, I'm not sure what you call those, if those would be industrial parks.
Yeah.
So those, would you say, should be coded as industrial hub, but they're less of a nuisance?
Yes, I think that was one of the suggestions I put in, is industrial park is they're heavy industry, but they're not the grossly incompatible heavy industries. They're not the crushing, grinding, visually unappealing. And therefore, you could have mixed use in residential areas much closer to those than you could have in the incompatible outdoor. A lot of it has to do with the yards. The most incompatible industrial uses have large yards and a lot of outdoor activity.
If there is a place type with inside industrial and small scale warehouses, that there is a place type with large warehouses, and there is another place type with incompatible large scale outside industrial.
I'll follow up on Commissioner Carpenter's comment, putting my plan commissioner hat on. Plans are sometimes a bit of a Rorschach test where anyone on any side of an issue can take out a snippet and use it to advance their stated goals. And while I'm often in some of my previous comments on other parts, other place types in Forward Dallas have advocated a little bit more of a surgical approach when it comes to talking about appropriate transitions and appropriate, spacing and appropriate scale within some of these districts. I do think on the noxious heavy industry, I do think it's important that we do address it in a more direct way than the current industrial hub, because I've seen in the past, even on some issues that I thought were, on some cases that I thought were wildly inappropriate, locating some industrial near residential. It was a split vote of the plan commission, to my surprise. So, as a plan commissioner looking for guidance on an issue as important as industrial, and particularly these heavy noxious industrial industries, I do think splitting it out is potentially very helpful to the plan commission in making zoning decisions going forward. On the issue of sort of industrial noxious or industrial incompatible versus industrial, park or industrial logistics, I do see that maybe slightly differently than Commissioner Carpenter. I don't think that anyone is going to build a warehouse in that Luna Ryan area, but they are okay. They are, but
I'll be fair,
okay.
get the age.
Those logistics uses, frankly, can probably fend for themselves. So I sort of see it as a Venn diagram with overlapping circles, where if someone wants to locate a logistics, use inside of one of those industrial noxious areas, the logistics and the logistics uses can fend for themselves and make their own decisions there. In my view, those are heavy commercial, very heavy commercial uses. Those owners can or users can make the decision for themselves. So I would see it almost as a sort of step down where if you want to locate logistics within the noxious industrial, good luck, good riddance, but yeah. So
Yes, I think that makes sense. So I have one, again, how staff's gonna be looking at this too. So going back to the map, there are locations in the city now where, actually a lot of locations where there are larger logistic warehouses by residential communities. That exists now. So what we are talking through internally is that we're not going to say for a particular business, you're now non-conforming, or we're going to basically say, I think we want to look at that from a balanced approach too. I think it makes sense. We don't want to have any noxious uses by residential communities. We've done, hopefully our due diligence to make sure that doesn't exist in our current map. But there are locations where warehouses, logistics centers, which are clean, which basically don't have as much noise, et cetera, still exist by these residential communities. So again, going back to the core of what we're going to be looking at, what do those get coded as? We're not going to be moving them around in the city. That's not what we're supposed to do. So we want to think about practically and kind of equitably, how does that look like for those types of uses? Again, probably not an answer from this body. If we do, that'd be awesome. Just want to maybe talk through what could that look like. That's what staff's going to be talking about after this meeting too. And just hopefully you all can kind of join that conversation soon as well.
You'll do a good job, I think, on your urban design point one, which is locating them along truck routes, so there isn't, as much large truck interaction with multimodal transportation. So I think that's one important piece, considering the logistics uses, and there's also buffering and other things like that. Mr. Goldstein?
Chair Rubin, I definitely agree that we want to address this in a more direct way. And I think we have a great opportunity in this one and, throughout the entire plan. Particularly like the last sentence of transitions that says industrial hubs will play a key role as the city transitions its economic systems towards a decarbonized economy. And so, first of all, we'll play a key role like that. But I think what we should do, and I know we're going to jump into the themes, but really do a deep dive into our environmental justice sustainability theme as it relates to this particular place type, and rely on the Office of Environmental Quality, Sustainability, and CCAP to help provide the language to move us forward. And then in the urban design elements to the right, we need to be explicit about what directly address, environmental concerns in the city and which uses are incompatible. I think we want to directly address that.
That's a great comment. Thank you.
Members, any additional questions, comments?
Yeah, I have one last thing to say. Yeah, I would like to see language that very explicitly addresses the whole issue of, incompatibility. Because what I've seen through the years is what I call the industrial use industrial area shrug. Because people who aren't very familiar with industrial areas will go, well, it's an industrial use. There's already industrial uses there. Okay. And they don't have the experience or the explicit guidance to say, well, there are different types of industrial and some of them are compatible and some of them are not. And I think that's one of the reasons we get into situations like Chair Rubin was discussing, split votes at CPC when we need to be upfront about the challenges that some of these uses present. And in the zoning code now, the uses are split out between industrial uses that are potentially incompatible and the ones that are not potentially incompatible. So I think we need some continuation of that sort of language to say what kinds of, what we don't want, because we have the opportunity, we don't want to make things worse than they are now. We had decades of bad planning and practices that have gone into making these bad situations. So I think we need to do everything that we can do through this process to kind of climb out of the hole that we made for ourselves.
Yeah, I would just add to that. We certainly don't want to go backwards, but we also don't want status quo. I think the purpose of this is to help us move forward, right?
Almost like the name would imply that.
Yeah, so what are we moving forward to?
Yeah, and to both of your points, I would say that as we get into some of these implementation items, and again, if it's general language about some of the changes, because again, we need to change our development code specifically for industrial land uses here in Dallas and its adjacencies. And so whether those are general statements or whether there are a little bit more specific things that we need to get into, just something to be mindful of as we talk through the implementation tables.
Just a general comment about industrial hubs as well. Just the lack of infrastructure that has gone into some of these areas by the city and state and others. It's ridiculous how this is kind of a throwaway part of our community. And I know these 18-wheelers, wreak havoc on these streets, but they're in some bad shape when you go into these communities. And it's just like a throwaway part of our community. And I have a real issue with that. It's just a comment, but.
No, I'll chime in here when I get cases of the plan commissioner, and I'm supposed to go out and make sure that these companies do their driveway approaches correctly. To what?
To what? Exactly.
To a bombed out dirt road with, looks like the theme song to Deliverance should be playing, I mean, honestly, you can see the evidence of the recent floods with the tires that have washed in and all that. And then the other problem that comes up is, the infrastructure is so bad that all the businesses that absolutely don't have to be there leave. because, I get phone calls going, all the dust that's being thrown up from all these 18-wheelers on some standard roads, we have this film of
Go down Luna Road.
yeah, that they're having to breathe all the time and, can you do something about it? And I said, well, it's on the needs inventory, but it's out of number 3,012,000. It's not a priority for anybody. And so then, then they finally give up and they move on. And then what else moves in? Just more of the commercial move. And so it's a bad spiral at this point.
It is.
I think you all touched on, actually, conversation staff had internally about kind of more the thoroughfare master plan, and that being the implementation item that gets updated. Some communities are kind of suffering, and you mentioned in terms of truck traffic going through their communities because there is no other way or more efficient way to get to a particular warehouse district or industrial hub. So I think being able to kind of apply or as we're coordinating with transportation, kind of update what that thoroughfare master plan should look like. So there's clear, defined paths for those trucking uses those trucks to go through that doesn't cut up a neighborhood, but also provide some clarity in terms of how those other parts of the city should look like. So I think you did make a really good point with the lack of infrastructure in those areas. I think going back and making sure that the thoroughfare master plan matches what is thought to be built in those areas, and also to making sure that, I think as you mentioned, that we're not keeping status quo, but also looking for what the future could hold for those users as well in those areas.
Did I see a hand from Ms. Scripps, or is that just the fan zone? Okay. Any other feedback, questions, comments on this place type? We've been going about 2 hours. Why don't we take 10 minutes? So it's 10:27 right now. Let's come back at 10:37.
The plan, and depending on where you would like to have to focus on, I think we can look at the themes. Oh,
Let me just read us back on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sure. It is 10:48 a.m., 10:42 a.m., and we are back on record. Mr. Gill.
All right, thank you. So there's several sections that we are going to be switching toward. I'd like to start with the themes. That's something that's fresh on people's minds. Talk through the rest of those spreads. Again, the current version you have, the language that's on there is also the same language that's on the implementation tables. We can delve into a bit too as well if you'd like to see talk through the structure after we talk through the themes, but then also like to use our time to talk through those place type maps at the back as well. So we're going to start with the themes spreads. Go through. I think we talked through the first one, but we'll just go through all of them, and then after that we'll kind of look into the implementation tables to see if there's any additional linkages or way we can clarify those spreads, and then use the rest of our time for the maps at the back and any other comments that the body has.
Mr. Hu, I don't think we've done any of the themes as a comprehensive discussion. I think we may have given you feedback just generally on how the themes are laid out.
Exactly, yeah, so we'll start with that.
And it may be helpful if we link like, for example, when we discuss EJ and sustainability, that we also go through the back part, the implementation goals as well at the same time.
All right, so what we're going to be doing for those who couldn't hear, we're going to be going through the themes, and as we go through each theme on the theme spread, we'll also connect that to the implementation table that's related to that same theme. So we'll discuss the theme spread, the content layout, and then we'll connect to the tables, get that particular theme covered, and then go to the next thing.
Yes.
All right, so open for discussions on the EJ theme we'll start with.
Yep, go ahead.
So should we be looking at the themes in terms of it being themes for the entire comprehensive plan with all of its elements, or themes for land use?
So the entire plan is focused on land use. That's a core of the comprehensive land use plan. So yes to both.
I'll start off.
Sure.
Someone else wants to kick it off. One thing that I'd like to see is a little bit more direct acknowledgement of some of the historical land use and inequities and inequalities that we've seen in the history of Dallas here. You know, I think, for example, under current conditions, we talk about, 87% of all heavy industrial uses are, located in the region of the city that talks about, that constitutes 88% of racially concentrated areas of poverty. And, that is a decision that folks in the city made when, previously, implementing and amending zoning. And I think to put it in a little bit more, stark contrast to recognize the city's role in all of this may be helpful in explaining why we need to rectify this through land use planning and ultimately zoning. Right now it reads in sort of a way that's, I don't know if jargony is the right word, but it's a very sort of clinical, technical bureaucratese, for lack of a better term. And I understand the desire to go towards hard statistics, and I think hard statistics are important, but I think I would also suggest including a little bit more of a what's practically happening on the ground, that someone who isn't familiar with recaps may be able to digest very easily and very quickly, and then get into a little bit more of the details. Maybe part of that has to do with having, I don't know, 5% of the page dedicated toward correct conditions, maybe needing a little bit more space for that. I know when we spoke previously about some of these things, I know we're trying to make the document as short as possible, as concise as possible, but we are trying to cram a lot onto a 2-page spread. So, as we think about what this looks like going forward, I would say, more, plain language on current conditions that really hit the problem right on the nose, if at all possible.
Point noted, thank you.
So have a quick question.
Yes.
Item A3, support creation of an EJ overlay to tailor zoning interventions. What's the status of that? Are we suggesting specific EJ overlay districts through Forward Dallas, or is that another step down the road? Because we talked about that for a while, so I'm just not sure what's there in the plan, what's coming, and when is it?
So I think we're actually talking through that specifically with OEQS in terms of who would house that. Is that going to be a land use layer? Is that going to be a layer that they manage from their programs and initiatives? So right now it's currently being kind of worked out with that particular department, because that would be the primary partner with this one. But we do know that something does need to be shown publicly in terms of a mapping layer or something that people can quickly and identifiably understand where we're looking at that are identified as EJ kind of designated areas. But we're trying to figure out technically, is that a land use piece, and how does that connect with what we're doing with here, and how would we enforce it, or not even enforce it, just manage it too as well. If that's an OEQS layer or a thing that they manage, they probably have a bit more tools to be able to govern that particular piece. So we're still talking through that.
And then turning to the implementation table, I just want to understand correctly that we are going to see a timeline for implementation of each of these goals.
Right. So I think, yes. So thanks for that question, and I'll switch to that slide briefly. So with the implementation table, what all timelines on that implementation table is going to be a short-term thing. So typically with comp plans, you have short-term, mid-term, long-term. These are going to be all likely short-term goals. What we're going to be doing probably to kind of help refine the priority of those is kind of asking the community which ones are more important, asking you all which ones are more important, so we can kind of figure out which ones in the next 5 to 10 years should be tackled on pretty quickly or first. But in terms of all those goals, they're all short-term goals that we have there.
And I think it would be great even if we could get to further detail on those, saying this is a 1-year goal, this is a 3-year goal, that sort of thing. So we have a very clear timeline on some of these critical.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
It seems to me the language here is kind of kicking the can down the road because, this is the former Dallas Comprehensive Land Use Plan update. And we have a frank acknowledgement here that it's in legalese or bureaucraties or whatever, that, saying that, okay, historically, Dallas has concentrated and segregated its industrial and racially ethnic areas of poverty together. And when it comes down to action steps, it says under A, develop a comprehensive land use strategy that addresses issues and prioritizes identified areas for land use and zoning interventions. It almost seems as if it is exempting the place type process from any sort of role in extricating ourselves from this segregation.
No.
So.
Yeah, great comment. So I think the way that this was structured, maybe you can kind of help to maybe unpack a better way. So wanted to introduce the themes up front before we even delve into the place types. I think some of the conversation we had last meetings is basically how do we then show blatantly, clearly the connection of these themes in those place types. So I think as we're working on that update, you'll start to see some of these items reflect on the specific place type descriptions. So we are linking the kind of the high level, the objectives here to how certain place types could and should be applying that. So as we go throughout the document, there's a string of connectivity in terms of how we are addressing EJ with the place types, how it shows up on the map, and then ultimately the implementation table, how that kind of funnels through. So I think we can make it better with the description, and based on the feedback that we got last time and what you just mentioned too, I think just being able to show that connection, not just here, but in the place types as well.
Another comment, it explicitly calls out the problem with excessive impervious surfaces, the urban heat island effect, and the stormwater runoff. But one of the things it doesn't mention at all is the air quality problems associated with totally inadequate infrastructure. When you have streets accessing these industrial areas that are completely unpaved, or the pavement is so degraded that it no longer resembles pavement, you have a constant air quality problem, in this area. And also the whole issue of, one of the materials that has been recommended because of the stormwater problem has been what they call base, which is just like crunched up gravel and what. But base degrades in about 2 hours after having heavy industrial vehicles, commercial vehicles drive over it. So, if you're trying to solve the pervious problem and the stormwater problem, sometimes you inadvertently cause an increase in the air pollution problems that definitely affect nearby businesses and residential areas. So I think that's an environmental issue that needs to, and maybe address the potential for, incompatibility. Those two goals could be incompatible. If you try to reduce the stormwater runoff, you may be increasing the air pollution.
No, 100%. That's another conversation we've had internally. So a lot of these goals, for the most part, I think they're pretty decent goals in terms of pushing some of these themes forward. But there are some goals, like you mentioned, if you're looking at adding density or more housing, that could limit the amount of pervious surface that we have in the city. That's most likely going to be a byproduct. So as we kind of have language in terms of when development does happen, making sure that we are using materials that are sustainable, able to provide that type of kind of impervious surfaces. But it's definitely 100% right. So a lot of these goals could be contrary to each other. I think that's also when it comes to before TPC council, they're the ones that are going to have to basically make that decision in terms of, do you want to go this direction and improve this, or go here and improve this? Not all of these goals are going to progress each other just by the definition of what these are. But I think that makes a lot of sense. That's going to be up to the makers to determine if there is a kind of fork in the road, which way should we go?
Mr. Barrett?
Yeah, on the goal specifically around the percentage of impervious surface areas. So this is a complex issue. So just there's some really great materials from the EPA on pervious surfaces as related to residential density. What I would hate to see happen is that we set impervious surface goals that come at the expense of allowing residential construction that ends up being counterproductive for our stormwater goals, because we have a higher density dwelling will result in less overall stormwater on the basin level, which is what we should be looking at here for the city. So you can't, if you say you have to have 50% pervious coverage on a site, but that means you have 10 fewer units, you're going to increase overall stormwater runoff, because those 10 additional units are going to be further out, which means more roads and more rooftops elsewhere. So I would encourage you to check out that. If you need support for that, there is freely available resources with the EPA and some great studies about it as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mr. Goldstein.
Lawrence, I'm wondering if the goal at the top is more, well, it's lacking the word equity, which might work well here, and also kind of promoting. It starts with protect us from. And I'm almost wondering if the statement at the bottom left of the page under Did You Know, that starts with the purpose of this theme, might hit the goal a little bit more precisely.
Gotcha. Okay. So we're going to wait to either use some of that language, and Did You Know, just to emphasize what the goal is actually looking to do. Is that kind of closer to what you're saying in terms of like?
Yeah, I think, to me, the way you put that in that last sentence of the Did You Know, only the last part, the purpose of this, seems to me belongs in that box, or covers a little bit more scope and promotes. It seems aspirational, more aspirational.
Mr. McHugh, whenever you're ready, Ms. Milligan.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
So just to tag on to Mr. Goldstein's comment, and so you may not even use this language, but you say protect communities, and then in other themes and language, we talk about neighborhoods, and I just wanted to make sure I had your understanding. Did you specifically use communities because you were thinking about, I think of community as people not attached to place, then neighborhood is people attached to a place, and so was that a specific use of community versus neighborhood?
Not intentionally, but I think that could be a good point in terms of maybe we look to either focus how our language kind of identifies that. I know even within our place types, that language also plays through, but that wasn't a focus, but definitely open to any direction that you think could help to strengthen that.
Okay, right. So that would be my distinction between the two, whether it's attached to a place, but you may have a different definition, and certainly I'll throw this out here now. I do think we need a glossary at some point. There's a lot of, but I know we've talked about that, and that will come along. I have throughout the themes, the objectives, and the action items, I'll have a couple of comments. So I see our theme and our goal, like the theme is a broad goal. The objective is a subset, but it's still a goal. And then the action items are objectives that should be measurable. And so I think in some parts of this, you do an excellent job of having very specific action items that are measurable. But I think a lot of the action items are not measurable at this point. And so I guess before I gave comments, I want to know if you talked through that, and if you see there being any way to maybe distinguish the broad, we want to talk about action, but we don't know where the action's going to take us because it depends on other efforts on other departments, versus we are really specific about, we know we could do this and we want to do this.
No, that's a fantastic question. So I think the version that we have on this draft has both of those together. We didn't really, the idea is to have each one of those have a kind of distinct or kind of clear connection in terms of the overarching goal and what we're actually trying to measure. All of them should have that. We are in conversation, like I mentioned, with a few of these. So some of those are a bit more not as clear, and that connection is not as clear, but the intent is to basically have that for all of them. Where some of those might not occur, that's our intent to have all those do exactly what you're saying. Where that might not be the case, and we could probably make sure that we're being really clear in terms of how that's different from the other more direct items that we're trying to identify. But that's 100% what we're trying to do with our.
Yeah, I think you're kind of trying to do it now by identifying in the implementation table who's gonna be responsible, but I think some of these where you have action items that are just collaborate with, I think those should either be pulled out
Right.
or you've got access to this.
Exactly. So I think we talked about that. Some of that, collaborate, align X, Y, and Z with this department. I think generally, yes. I think one big deal to make sure that that's something that people know we're trying to do. But I think we've actually talked about that. Should we pull that out? Should we tweak that to be stronger? How are we aligning some of those priorities with certain departments to do what? So that's going to be something that we definitely do with the current list that we have on this draft. Either going to be collapsing and refining those to be more direct, or just providing a little bit more language and kind of substance to those items. So that's a great point.
So I was just gonna I know this is in housing, but I was gonna give an example of where I think you've got the specificity. So under objective A, action 2, you have update the development code to allow context sensitive accessory dwelling units by right in all neighborhoods. We can absolutely measure that, right? So I think that's what the action items should have, that level of specificity. And then another broader question, it's within the environmental justice, but it's also in other themes, is there's a lot of discussion of strategy, right? This has a comprehensive land use strategy that addresses the issues. So there's strategies, there's overlays, and there's districts. Not having a planning background, I want to make sure I understand, are all of the overlays and the districts presumed to be integrated at some point into the development code, or are there overlays that would not be part of the development code and are more like, I think in economic development, like the economic development incentive target areas? It's not zoning, but it's still a geographic focus area.
Right. I think it goes to the initial question that Ruben mentioned, I believe, in terms of are those EJ overlay, for example, like where would that sit? I think right now we know that should be developed, but we're still unclear in terms of who would house and manage that. So I want to make sure that we're clear with who would actually manage that if there's a partner, so it doesn't just fall through the table and just become language. So I think some of those items that are kind of specific to the development code, those are going to go specifically to kind of PUD and our department in terms of as we're doing that development code update, how that gets rewritten or developed within that particular language. To most likely get managed within our department, but there are certain other districts that are, like you just mentioned, like the TIF district, for example. It's not something that we manage, but could have similar types of languages in terms of how other departments manage it. So right now, again, they're still kind of quasi kind of developed, but I think that's another great comment to just add to provide that clarity.
So I think the language is clear again, because I hear overlay, I think development code, I think like neighborhood stabilization.
Right.
Overlay. So in target areas or focus areas are more like housing and development. So I'd just be careful of, if it's not going to go in the development code, don't use a term that's usually.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if we are using a term that might be conflated as zoning, that's not zoning, that we are specific in saying, we're not talking about a conservation district, we're talking about a TIF district, we're specifically calling it out, yes.
I agree. And then the other, so two other just broad things, and then I'll stop. I wouldn't reference other departments in the actual language unless you need to, because we know we often reorganize departments or we change their names and we want the plan to last, to be relevant longer than 30 days. So I think you can put that in the implementation table, who's responsible, but I wouldn't reference. And then the only other broad comment, and I'm giving an example, objective B, action 4, update the development code to incorporate green infrastructure practices. That part. I think there needs to be more discussion about requirements versus incentives, especially as we're thinking about short-term goals and longer-term goals. So obviously updating the development code is a longer process. But if we're focused on, if we want future development to include things like rain gardens and green roofs, we also have incentives, right? Housing provides funding, right? We can put a lot more requirements when we're putting our funding into a project. We're gonna have a big bond coming through. So I think we need to think through some of these things, whether we talk about the short-term incentive that we could implement almost immediately. Obviously, it's policy, it still has to be implemented, but it's gonna be a lot more short-term than development code updates.
Thank you.
One additional comment, Mr. Gu. I noticed comparing the EJ theme page to the implementation table, there is a fifth item under B for mitigating negative environmental impacts from new development, and that's using the development code to incorporate sustainable low impact development strategies that encourage compact and mixed land use patterns that minimize negative environmental impacts. First, I think, that's absolutely important to squeeze that onto the theme page. And I would put that over, some of the existing items under B as one of our most important environmental strategies. And again, I know we're tight on space here, but I think that's worthy of explanation at some point in the document, because it's not always obvious why mixed use or greater density housing is more sustainable and environmentally friendly. Aesthetically, a single family home may appear very green because of the landscaping and impervious surface, but as Mr. Barrett acknowledged, 10 units on a single tract as opposed to a single home on that tract may ultimately lead to less impervious surface throughout the city. And similarly, there are issues like water usage. When you have shared walls, your energy usage is decreased, and certainly as density grows, it increases the availability or feasibility of transit, and puts you closer to work and other uses, which decreases vehicle miles. So I think that's a very important piece to explain somewhere here in the document. I get the space is limited, but the tie between density and sustainability is not always immediately apparent for a variety of reasons. And I think that's worth an explanation. Mr. Goldstein.
I just wanted to commend you guys graphically and as in terms of what the public is going to see. I think this is very well done and laid out. It makes sense. I think it's nice to see the little thumbnail metrics in the corner, and then that refers me to the implementation tables. It's easy to read, and I think it really clearly kind of lays out these issues in a way that that the general population should be able to digest.
No, thank you for that comment. I think even from our last conversation that we had, this spread has actually changed a bit to be cleaner as we're developing it in-house. So I think a lot, just so you all know, the direction of this particular spread in terms of how the numbering is occurring, maybe more from left to right. So removing some of the repetitive language that we kind of have here on the implementation table and the partners and other departments, kind of scrubbing that from this too as well. So this becomes very clean in terms of what we're trying to do, how we're trying to do it, and kind of the purpose and setting the table for the rest of the document. And then when we get into the implementation table, go into those details. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Mr. Yarborough?
I know I missed most of this, so I'm sorry. I have one. On the surface, it's an edit, but I think in terms of the overall theme, it's a really important element. So I think that's what I'm just going to speak it out. Over in the Did You Know? Environmental justice is the fair and equitable treatment of all people. The federal definition after treatment says and meaningful involvement of all people. And I think when we're talking about environmental justice. I think that's a pretty core tenet. Because if you're not involving people, then you're not actually doing justice, right? I have some other minor tweaks, but I'll just send them to y'all.
Members, anything else on this item? All right, onwards.
All right, TOD theme.
Ms. Milligan.
Related to the goal, we state increased connectivity to housing and job opportunities. I thought there should be something broader related to neighborhood amenities or something like that. Especially if we're thinking about bike trails and walking paths and things like that. And then two of the action items, I think several of the action items in this one are ones that I think are not measurable at this point, or at least are not defined enough. And so under objective A, action 1, prioritize appropriate density and zoning around DART stations. I mean, I think we're saying increase density. So that's a little bit, more measurable, but I think right now I don't know if you've met this or if you've taken this action item. I guess it's very difficult to determine if this action item supports your objective.
I think that to that point, I think rewording that first action item where it's not prioritize appropriate density and zoning, but in some way making it a actual actionable item to say, not explore, but rezone property around our stations for appropriate density gives you you should do this as opposed to the vagueness that you kind of referenced before. So yeah, better language.
And am I wrong? Do you see any areas where you would be down zoning around TOD, or wouldn't it always be increased density?
I think it would be, I don't have a great answer for that, because there are some areas that I don't want to give a blanket statement, but generally speaking, yes, most of the DART stations right now, DART will tell you this as well, the zoning around those is limited. And that if you're really going to do TOD or TOC, that we need to explore, that we need to make changes in the zoning around those areas.
Right, I think for the most part, I think going back to what Patrick mentioned, density does increase in those areas, but some areas I'm trying to think of, like the Lancaster corridor, it might just be like the arrangement of those parcels. Like right now, like I think the density, it could be increased or it could stay the same, or I'm not even sure. I need to do some metrics on that, but I think it could be some investigation in terms of how does it arrange, how are other amenities and land uses accompanying that particular location to make it more of a viable type of TOD location, because not everywhere that is TOD is going to be served by light rail. So I think, high capacity bus and other ways of getting to where you need to get to, that's not just kind of fixed hard lines. It's what we're looking at too, but I think we can kind of do some more investigation just to maybe make sure and provide a clear answer for that. But that's, I think, the language change that can definitely help. We can just provide some more data.
And my mind immediately went to the DART station, so maybe even that action item is split out and it's density around DART, which may be more easier to say, and then it's exploring or something else for other transit-oriented development that's not DART stations. And then kind of similar comments for action item 2 there, then to right-size parking regulations within the parking code amendments to allow increased development opportunity for TOD projects. Again, I would think that would be, it's gotta be a reduction. I don't know how an increase in parking requirements would facilitate more development, so I think if that's what we think it needs, then we should say that. And then, only other, so objective B, action item 2, develop corridor and station area plans that focus on equitable development and access. Just think there needs to be more meat on that bone, either our definition specifically define what equitable development and access is, or I think we have to, if you have some ideas of what that could be, then I think you need an action item that's a lot more clear.
Yeah, I think this one actually goes back to what we talked about internally, like fleshing this out to be clearer. I think from a high level, we actually probably touch on a lot of this in the goals section. So if we're not kind of showing something different or a way forward, either pulling it, tweaking it, or like you just mentioned, like analyzing why this is here.
Any other feedback on this item? Commissioner Carpenter?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at this as a person who hasn't looked at it before. Where it goes, number one, why is this important? Key issues, land use constraints hinder TOD marketability, lack of integration, coordination, and planning of last mile connections, parking regulations do not incentivize density, inequitable access to goods and services. There's not really a plain statement here that says we want, appropriate density to capitalize on the investment that's been made in transportation. That we have, multimodal. We've done a significant investment in transit, but the zoning around these nodes is not appropriate to provide the kind of development that really would maximize that investment to give you appropriate density of housing and other services.
And
I think you've got better language over here under did you know, about maximizing the amount of residential business and leisure space within walking distance of public transport.
Right. And it gets to maybe clarify, you're looking to maybe add something that touches on building upon the
investment
that we've already
done in transportation.
Right.
I'm not saying these aren't important. I'm just saying that someone who knows nothing about it looking at this, I don't think would really grasp what's important.
Yeah, I'll just piggyback on that and say both of those action steps are great. Ms. Billigan was saying, I think we should just go straight outside and straight at it and say appropriate density. It needs to be increased density and zoning around DART stations because we put in a huge amount of money and resources. We're really hamstringing ourselves. We're not getting the money out of it by any means. and even equally important to number 2, right sizing parking regulations around TOD projects. I mean, those are antithetical to the concept of TOD. So that just should be straight up eliminating transit-oriented development because, again, might as well. We're going to spend literally $3 billion building train stations and then say, well, we actually want you to drive there.
No, I think that's a great point that even so our Julia Ryan, our director before, she's by the court a transportation planner. So what she would tell us is, as you look to increase density anywhere, transportation capacity also needs to increase, but that doesn't need to. When vehicular capacity increases, there's only a certain level that you kind of add more lanes before you need to look at other modes of transportation, transit as well, to be able to kind of move more people more efficiently. Cars don't do that. You get to one place to the other quickly when there's no traffic. So the more you add to that current infrastructure, the capacity starts to degrade actually, and you start to have to look at other modes of transportation. So I think that point could be emphasized on that too as well.
Go ahead.
And so I've been throwing lots of comments and changes at y'all. When would we expect to see language. Yeah, because I know we threw some to-dos, I think, last time.
Right. No, yeah, so for those who are online, the question was, when can this body look to receive some updates to what we've developed? The idea is to hopefully provide something to you all in the next few weeks. So from actually last meeting, we've probably knocked out probably half of those comments in terms of what we talked through. So what we'd like for you all to do, depending on what we get through today, you'll probably be getting a package or a PDF before our next meeting. Hopefully we are able to kind of knock that out. If not, we'll probably be a two-part kind of thing that you'll definitely get some updated materials before we meet next time. It might be a two-parter, so we might show you the first set of updates that we've made from the first meeting when we come back next time, and then if we need to show the other sections, but we are expecting to provide most of this to you all before we meet next time.
One additional comment.
Yes.
Sir, we've talked a lot about areas where DART has made a significant investment with light rail stations and other sorts of things. One of the things that I hear from time to time is we shouldn't do X or we shouldn't do Y or we shouldn't do Z in this area until it's better served by public transit. And I don't want to claim to be an expert in everything that goes into DART's calculus into whether or not or what services it provides to an area. But there are areas in the city that I know probably residents do want to be served by DART, but for various reasons it may not be feasible on DART's end. Right. So I don't know exactly what it needs to look like, but it's almost like a item that says, have a conversation with various underserved areas about what needs to happen to get them properly served by DART, whether that's adding X, Y, and Z to that area, whether it's infrastructure or additional density or development. But as we look forward, some areas aren't particularly well served by transit, and figuring out strategies to get those areas online.
No, that's a great comment. We actually we hear that part of every meeting that we have in terms of what comes first, increased density or transit infrastructure. Depending on where you are in the nation, any of those can come first. What's critical is that the transportation planning and the land use planning are in concert. So if you're looking to increase transit in a particular area, land use should be able to justify that and vice versa. So the conversation that we're having with our communities as we are looking for what the place type should be in the future, talking with them as well in terms of if this is the particular place type that you're looking to have in your community, as we're having conversations with DART and how your area can be served by whatever type of transit that exists, they're gonna make their analysis based on land use, ridership, etc. And if the amount of people or density doesn't support a particular level of service, that's kind of their determination how they're doing that. So we're definitely in conversation with them in terms of aligning their planning efforts with the land use planning efforts. The land use should help inform if more infrastructure should be focused in a particular area, but I think that's definitely a conversation we're having right now.
Sure.
I have a suggestion for where, it's objective C, action step 1. I think is probably closest to where Chair Rubin was heading. And I think you could restructure that statement to, instead of saying as yada 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 are developed, you could just say develop neighborhood corridor and station area plans and prioritize assessments in such and such. Because then it's not like, well, as we do this, it's like, no, we're going to do this and we're going to prioritize all these additional things while we're at it.
Got it. Can you restate what you just mentioned? Basically just develop.
Yeah, just take develop neighborhood corridor and station area plans and prioritize assessments of the land use mix. Because I think then, if I'm reading that, it's a more positive stance towards saying, yes, we're going to do this, rather than, hey, if you come and reach out to us. It puts more of a first step rather than the community having to be the one. It's like, no.
It's proactive,
It's
not
proactive. Thank you,
reactive.
proactive. Not think of the word. Proactive.
And I think that's a great suggestion. I'd even add to that. Right now it says improve linkages, so I would say transit and multimodal linkages, just to make clear. Because right now, it's just a multimodal transportation network is the top line heading. So have the discussion about public transit and also have the discussion about multimodal whenever that planning is going on.
Yeah, because this theme is transit-oriented development and connectivity, and right now it probably reads a little bit heavy on TOD.
Yeah.
That we need to have additional action items about improving connectivity unrelated to TOD. Again, from a land use perspective, which is not always the easiest thing to do.
Any additional comments on this item? All right.
Housing choice and access, which you get on.
Ms. Milligan.
I'm gonna go first. So regarding the goal, just flagging that I think housing choice needs to be defined, right? Because is that affordability, is that housing types? So just as we make the glossary, I think housing choice should be there. Also, I'd suggest that the last part of the sentence, to meet the needs of people of all ages, races, and income levels, I might just say unique needs of Dallas residents, because it doesn't address disability status. It doesn't address other factors. So either I think we should be inclusive of all of the factors that housing needs to address, or just unique.
Or can you repeat that last comment in terms of, is it still within the goal or just?
Yeah, within the goal. So it says to meet the needs of people of all ages, races, and income levels.
Okay.
So for example, it doesn't address disability status. So I would have, this is where I would actually be broader as opposed to more specific.
To meet the unique needs of all the people of Dallas.
And then I noticed within these action items, sometimes there's specificity about certain housing programs, whether it's the land bank program or whether it's housing no-fos. Unless you think you need that specificity because you want, for example, the land bank to be your pilot project, I don't think you should tie yourself to one, right? Because the city owns land through the Housing Finance Corporation, through the Public Finance Corporation, and then it doesn't even address that economic development also, incentives also support residential housing. So I don't have a comment on which, but I think it kind of goes back to, as we're thinking about whether we separate some of these action items that are broader versus are very specific so that we can measure them. I wouldn't limit to just, for example, the land bank, for example, in one of these. And then I had a question about objective A, action item 3, create an infill residential zone to allow appropriately scaled infill housing in designated areas. What are your thoughts? Can you tell me a little bit more about that, how that would function?
That's creating, because right now we do not have a zoning district in the city of Dallas that would be permissive for like the missing middle housing.
Right.
So any duplexes and triplexes and fourplexes and eight unit apartments, there isn't a good zoning district that encompasses those. And so as cities like Dallas, as we are growing, some cities are looking at creating that infill zoning district that says this is something that should be an area that allows for more of that missing middle housing. That's not the single family home and not the big apartment building, of creating that zoning district that would allow that. And then that be a tool, because that would then allow us to say, okay, we're going to do an authorized hearing where developers can propose something on a block. And they say, okay, well, as opposed to creating my own unique PED, I'm just going to go with this infill zoning district. That would allow me to go ahead and develop different types of housing styles and options on that block.
So I guess that was going to be my question, because we've had discussions about some cities away from single family zoning. So can you talk a little bit about why we'd say district versus maybe an overlay? Because at least what I'm hearing with the district is you would retain single family zoning. In some ways, then it means that single family zoning doesn't have missing middle, or well, sorry, thinking about a place type, right? Our place types are thinking about neighborhoods having missing middle housing. And so if we confine missing middle to a district, does that actually make it more difficult for it to practically be developed? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that by saying it's only allowed in this one specific zoning district, it's not in all these other things. And again, the intent is not to do that, but to say what type of, because again, missing middle housing is this wide, what type of missing middle fits in R10, what type of missing middle housing fits in this other zoning district that doesn't exist within the city of Dallas. So the intent in Forward Dallas, as far as housing choices, is to provide additional housing choices throughout all neighborhoods in Dallas at different types of scales and scopes. Right now, that action item says that there is a scale and scope that's not available in Dallas unless you go through a PD. We need to create that zoning district to allow that scale and scope and to allow the city and communities to develop at that scale and scope that right now is not something that you can do.
But is it the thought then with, I guess, if I am a developer who wants to put in missing middle housing in an existing single family neighborhood, you're saying what I would do instead of asking for a PD for my parcel, I would change the district to that parcel to the infill.
That could be an option that would be available to say, I bought these properties on this street. I am asking to change the zoning, and my base zoning district is going to be this new infill development zoning district for this block or for this property. That wouldn't have to be a Pacific PD.
I have a question on action steps. So you were mentioning action called A3 here, that you don't feel there's a residential zone that allows for infill development or missing middle. I would say MF2 is kind of all, that covers the entire zone of missing middle. Everything from you can do everything from a townhome in there to not everything up to a mid-rise. Can't do mid-rise, something, or a wrap.
Yeah, and
so it feels like we've got an MF2, which is politically unpopular.
So I think there are some additional regulations in the MF2, some design-oriented stuff where it prevents some of that. And the same thing goes with the TH zoning district. Like there are some where from a land use, oh yeah, here you go, you can do all this, and then you get into the nuts and bolts, and you're like, well, I can't make more than one unit work on this property. I can't make more than 2 units work on this property because of those design elements. And so it's creating a zoning district that not only has the land uses that are allowed, but also the design elements that would be more permissive to allow the missing middle.
I agree with that. Yeah. So I do think this ties in a little bit about our request last meeting to present us with an option where we eliminate that distinction between traditional and mixed use or mixed residential or
Traditional and blended?
blended thing. Yes.
Yeah, so, yeah, but again, for those who are online, so kind of the conversation last meeting was looking at both the traditional and the blended residential options and discussions about, does that need to be something that gets kind of folded into one place type? Staff, we have analyzed kind of that discussion, and we'll be presenting to you all next time we meet. I think right now we have 3 options, so it might be 4 by the time we come to but what we're going to do, we'll likely do 2, because I think that's going to bring a lot of discussion. What we would like for you all to do, maybe be prepared to do this too, is actually the options that we present, maybe voting on those items on the record, so we as staff have a kind of clear direction of where we want to go. And as we move this forward, it's kind of clear in terms of the different options and other recommendations that get developed through this process. So that's likely something that's going to happen when we meet next. 3 to 4 options to discuss and probably vote on next meeting.
Let's clear that straw whole approach with CAO first, and hopefully that works, and then that sounds like a great idea. A couple things. One, for the record, I just want to note that Mr. Hawkins joined the meeting at 11:32. And I wanted to speak to item 3A. Collaborate with residents at the neighborhood level to plan for more housing and housing types that are consistent with existing context and scale. We've had a lot of conversations about
Which section again? There's just
3A.
The road.
3A1.
Sorry, 3A1. Thank you. I need another coffee. One of the conversations that we often have at both Plan Commission and some at this body is that historically the more affluent areas, the wider areas in the northern part of Dallas have traditionally had sort of a veto power over density in their neighborhoods, whereas in the southern sector, less affluent areas where there are more people of color, there hasn't been that level of community engagement, involvement, and say so on density. And I see that play out in our discussions in two different ways. Sometimes, people will say, since this would never fly north of I-35 or Interstate 30, we shouldn't even consider this south of I-30. And there are other folks who say that we need to start saying yes to greater density in neighborhoods north of Interstate 30. And the way that 3A1 is drafted continues to suggest a neighborhood by neighborhood approach where I have some fear that the status quo will maintain, and it may ultimately lead to just density being shut down citywide. So while I think community involvement is very important when we talk about adding this density, I would also, talk about collaborating with residents citywide in a way that we plan for more housing. So if we talk about things, various missing middle tweaks to some of our existing zoning districts, that we're not talking about it in just one neighborhood or the other neighborhood one. I mean, that's why partially I think we've had so much the difficulty with WOCAP is that we were talking about adding missing middle or planning for missing middle in a single area of town. And the folks in West Oak Cliff, I think, at a large degree rightfully said, we feel like we're being singled out here. We're the guinea pig. So I would just encourage those conversations, while the area planning process is very important and needs to continue, that we also need to have those, collaborative conversations at a citywide level as opposed to at a district by district, neighborhood by neighborhood level. So we can solve this issue, we can address this issue comprehensively through the comp plan as opposed to this, simply devolving into a neighborhood by neighborhood exercise where we know where that likely heads.
Yeah, 100% agree. So I think as we, even through these particular spreads, we're kind of talking about these citywide goals that you mentioned, and staff probably could do a better job with kind of driving that home. As we go to communities, they want to look at how is this applying to my community? And I see your goals, but what we'll hear is like, I see your overarching goals. How does that apply to my community? What does that look like? I see this place type map has this. What does that mean? I think what we need to do better too with our department, what we talk about with our team, is driving home the fact that every part of the city is going to need to look at increasing density somehow. 300,000 people in the city in 20 years, that's going to have to happen regardless. So being clear with how each place kind of addresses that and does that, something that we want to be clear with. That's been the kind of thing we talked about from the get-go, that there aren't any areas immune from that, because when we add 300,000 people to the city, it becomes a different city. But want to make sure that we still kind of maintain the core elements of each community while still.
Mr. Lopez.
Mr. Chair and planning staff, help me understand 3A2, which is the update the development code to allow for accessory dwelling units by right in all neighborhoods. That language seems very bold. If I remember correctly, the ordinance provide for an overlay district. You had to really, the community had to approve it by 50% or never helped me with this one. But the reality is the language here is super bold, by right in all neighborhoods. We probably might need to tame that down a little bit.
Stay on the opposite side of that, because the number of ADUs actually built, 0 overlays, and actual ADUs built is probably still single digits, and since the change has been made. And an ADU is basically we go from a single family home to 1.25 homes on a lot. If we can't go from 1 to 1.25, we can't do anything. So this is like the lowest possible increment, in my view. And so if we can't improve that, we might as well just all go home, because we're not going to do anything.
And if you don't remember back to WOCAP, even though adding density such as duplexes, triplexes in those areas is very controversial, there was large support for adding ADUs by right in the areas surrounding transit. So,
but doesn't this supersede what the city council and its kind of intent was to create these overlays? And we're being very bold on this.
Yes, I would say, sorry, Commissioner, please.
I think this may be the time to be bold on this, because I think what the council has already done was a baby step. And I think, at least the conversations I've had with neighborhoods across the city about this process during the WOCAP process, is people are, it is soaked in that all neighborhoods are going to have to accept some density. And this seems to be the one place that, the feedback I have heard is consistent, that they go, okay, we'll take the ADUs, we'll do that. So perhaps this is the one place that city states, that there's enough public support for that at this point, that that's something concrete that we could do. I think it's worth at least sending it forward.
So you're saying is that maybe we should send a message to the city council that we should,
Saying that if
even though it's contrary to their legislative intent.
Well, I think it's because I think they at that point, the whole concept of added density has been an evolving, conversation. Sure. And so I think they were doing what they thought would be acceptable as a first step. But I think the public is kind of leapfrogged beyond that. At least that's my.
I think that's great. And 2 more data points to consider there. One, ZOAC, the Zoning Ordinance Advisory Committee of CPC, is actually considering expanding ADUs. It kind of got caught up and sidetracked because of the short-term rental issue, but it should be back on ZOAC's agenda now that's STRs have been resolved. And we haven't heard, to my knowledge, anything from council telling us to shut down ADU version 2.0. The second point I'd like to make is, as this body, we should feel free to be, give our best recommendations here. Council will also have an opportunity to pass on this. They'll have an opportunity to pass on any, code amendments that come later down the road. So we shouldn't necessarily restrain ourselves just because we're ultimately, don't know if council will sign off on every recommendation that we will make. Council has plenty of opportunities to provide their own input to forward Dallas and to code amendments. So I wouldn't worry necessarily about, you know, running contrary to any legislative intent, particularly when this is a forward-looking plan designed to appraise what we have on the ground right now in terms of both our development code and our existing comprehensive plan. So, you know, I think being bold is perfectly okay here. I think, you know, council, even probably many of the members want us to be bold, since we're not, you know, necessarily the elected officials that have to, you know, stand up and you know, seek office every 2 years. That, you know, they want us to take our best shot at this, whether it's bold or not bold in particular areas, but give us our unvarnished thoughts on where this forward Dallas plan should go.
Chair Ruben, this is Linda McMahon. I have to echo your comments. I think the intent of this exercise is for us to be planning for the future and to be bold and forget about the political decisions that were made in the last several years. So I applaud this boldness. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
I was just being cautionary. It's not that I disagree with these concepts. I'm a property rights guy, but yeah, good point. Good point.
Ms. Milligan.
So wanted to bring up displacement, because displacement I think is mentioned about 4 times within here, as well as within the economic development theme. And I think one is maybe a definitional issue is people of any, both marginalized and unmarginalized peoples can be displaced just as neighborhoods change. And so I think we at some point have to talk about that we're talking about displacement of marginalized people, whether we are specific about low income, primarily communities of color. Maybe it's a discussion for today, maybe it's you bring back a definition, but I think we just have to be more specific about what we mean by displacement. And then I think there needs to be more specificity about what the action items really will be. So my understanding is that there's already a tool, or the city is developing a displacement risk analysis tool, is that right?
Yes, our housing department is working with an outside consultant agency who also developed the MBA to create an anti-displacement tool. We're actually supposed to meet with them tomorrow to talk through some of the data they're using and how they're like to roll it out. It's both understanding the tools in the toolbox now and also advocating for additional tools that may not be in that toolbox.
Okay, so I think we would be specific. I think we should be specific in some of these that we're, the first thing is to use the displacement risk analysis tool. And then I think, secondly, I think displacement risk analysis, I think we should be more bold in terms of when we're using displacement risk analysis. You have other cities that specify within their bond investments, right? Like if we're thinking about how displacement happens, it's significant public or private investments. Usually it's often led with public investment. So I wouldn't limit the displacement risk analysis to just specific things, whether it's a housing funded project or something like that. It doesn't mean that in all instances that all of our interventions are going to prevent displacement, but we're at least going to look at it and we're going to acknowledge it. And then I think there could be more specificity in some of these action items, and I don't have specific comments on it today, but I think we can be more specific about what those displacement risk tools can be, right? Is it proactive purchasing of land in areas that we've identified it as at risk of displacement? But I think there just needs to be more specificity here of what some of those action items could really be.
No, that makes sense. I think speaking to some of those things you mentioned, so some of those tools as we're continuing to do our analysis, us not being kind of the experts on that, I think as its first kind of draft, kind of just put it up there, we're probably going to need some more analysis to align that and kind of tease that out. There was one other thing you mentioned, I look at my notes. Yeah, so I think in terms of what Patrick mentioned with those partners that we are working with. I think we actually have a few, one of those being, within West Dallas, they're doing a lot of work kind of testing what that looks like in that particular neighborhood, in that area. So being able to have a conversation with them in terms of what are you seeing that works and how can we apply that here? One thing that the conversation that we're actually having with them is there's some goals that kind of focused on providing home ownership to single family kind of development units. And then on the other side is probably a goal about adding as much density and housing options. Sometimes when you limit to single family housing, you actually limit the type of housing that you can provide for your community. So it's important to note that from an affordability standpoint, we're looking at one, wealth generation if you're able to buy land, but also two, there are people who just don't have housing. So I think being able to prioritize, let's house people first, so they can start to begin that process of then getting settled and then starting to kind of generate wealth as well. So I think those are two key pieces. I'm not saying one of those should be lifted higher, but how we kind of put that in the timeline to kind of get those housed and then kind of set up to kind of get that wealth makes a lot of sense. But I think what you're saying with being specific, I think that runs true with this particular theme a bit more, just because we do have some of those action items that could be fleshed out. We just need to put it on paper.
And just one more comment on this. So the displacement risk analysis tool is going to help understand where displacement is already happening or, there's a strong risk. But I think to distinguish, since this is a document that's thinking about our future planning efforts, and we know that significant public and private investments can lead to displacement, that this part of the theme, these action items need to look at, we as a city need to acknowledge and plan that displacement could happen rather than being reactionary and putting the tools in place or, when the displacement is already occurred.
That's a great point.
Mr. Hawkins?
Yeah, I mean, I want to follow up Ms. Milligan's comments, particularly about 2, 3, and 4 under B. Starting with 4, it talks about prioritizing neighborhoods identified most at risk of displacement. And I, assume that will be done with that anti-displacement tool. But it follows up by saying city initiated rezoning efforts, which could be part of the displacement efforts. I'm interested in how those two kind of work together. And I'm saying that particularly because, you all just mentioned that you're going to be meeting with the consultants. We already done some of that work already. I went to a city hearing about the housing equity report. Unfortunately, none of what we're doing is going to address some of those things. So I'm interested in if we're forward leaning, how can we also talk about the other word that's missing out of here, which is segregation, which creates displacement. And I'm saying this because that report from the city, I think it was TDA Consulting, is it the same consultant or is it a different one?
It's a different one.
Okay. So TDA Consulting found in the housing report that they delivered to City Council that we imposed the first housing segregation policy in 1916. And, those neighborhoods were rezoned to permit industrial and toxic uses, particularly in Black communities, because of the segregation of races added in the charter. I'm interested in why don't we include these things, particularly if they're on city documents already. They're on the city website right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I think you actually touched on a few different things I want to maybe tease and pull out. So one, this particular language, you mentioned, read it real quick. So basically, as the consultants are doing, creating their anti-displacement toolkits, a lot of what they're doing in terms of their initiatives might not be land use specific. So a lot of what we're doing, what we can control as land use planners, has to be we want to make sure that it's land use specific so we can actually track it and make sure it does get moved. There's some elements that we have partners to help us with that. So going back to the zoning piece, we can create and kind of have this document be really nice and have really great language. But if there's no way to kind of actually make that real, zoning is like that piece that we use within land use planning. It just basically sits on the shelf. So I want to make sure with that particular comment with the zoning connection to what we're saying here, that we're able to update the zoning to reflect on how to kind of move that forward. That's kind of one piece. With the piece about the, I think you mentioned the discrimination component in terms of how.
Not discrimination, segregation.
Segregation component.
Because that's
right.
Very specific to land use.
Right. So with that piece, are you, to be clear, are you wanting us to identify how that can be done better in this particular approach, or being able to spell that out better within like existing conditions? I want to maybe get a little more clarity in terms of with that particular piece, how are you envisioning?
Yeah, so Ms. Milligan's talked about, you know, getting more prescriptive, right? She talked about like, who are we actually talking about? And I mentioned that housing piece because this page says housing choice and access, right? So when that relates to land use, you know, in that city charter, which is also coming up in the future soon, right, too, they were very prescriptive about who like segregated spaces, land uses can be, right? They said white people, and they said people of color, and they defined people of color as people of African descent. This is city charter from 1907 to 1968, right? Although we haven't even found out, you know, like the cumulative economic effect when it comes to land use about that, right? How are we prescriptive when it comes to anti-displacement when that is, you know, we're not even considering that as a metric, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Am I making sense with when I?
Yeah, I think we're probably going to ask more questions that kind of help kind of tease that out. So how are we, our particular staff, being able to measure what segregation looks like?
So the city is saying, like right here, right, prioritizing neighborhoods identified most at risk for displacement. You know, if we're prioritizing that, right, when it comes to housing, access, and choice, how are we doing that? If we're you know, what is the metric we're using? Right. And I'm thinking we can be more prescriptive in using that metric, whether that metric is race, whether that metric is economic, right, or socioeconomics. Like, I don't know what that is, right? I'm sure you want to, it says creating a more expansive anti-displacement toolkit, but what metrics are you using to do that based on?
That's actually a good point. So I think I'm getting more clarity now. So I think with what you're saying, I think there's a lot of ways to measure how we are decreasing segregation that might not be land use specific.
Correct.
I think,
and I'm not talking about that.
Exactly. So I think you mentioned like the charter that kind of has some items in terms of what that is looking like and what's kind of being described. Are you asking us specifically, what are we doing from a land use specific component to do that?
What I'm saying is that the city charter is on the city website, right? And I've been frustrated with this because I've worked on 3 city plans right now, and we don't use the language that's already on city property, right? The city website is owned by the city. Somebody agreed to put that language up there, right? How do we make this more prescriptive? Because that's exactly what we're talking about, right? If we're talking about not displacing people by city power, right? Because that's what we're talking about, right? How do we make that more prescriptive and create a metric for this using that language that's already on the city website? Does that make sense?
I think I don't know how we do that at the moment I'm thinking in my head, maybe I'm stuck with land use tools, like how to do that with what we are being tasked to do with the land use perspective.
Yeah.
I don't have an answer yet, but I think I see where you're going. Like how are we going to measure this particular item? Like what does that look like in terms of, okay, we're actually reducing segregation and how we're defining it, but I think that's a great point.
I mean, we don't mention segregation at all in this document. I'm interested in why we're making that choice. That's already number one. But if we're mentioning displacement, like what metric are we using? You know, is it, you know, segregation? You know, Mike Rapowski presented to the council 3-4 years ago probably about, you know, anti-segregation tools, right? Which is why we, you know, at DISD created solar prep, things like that. I'm interested in how do we be more prescriptive about the word displacement, right? What are we talking about, right?
So,
are we, you know?
Yeah, and I guess trying to hear in the discussion, so when we say prioritize neighborhoods identified at most at risk of displacement for neighborhood and city planning, so and so. As I'm hearing the conversation, I'm hearing more, when we say the word prioritize neighborhoods, how are we prioritizing them?
Correct.
Are we looking at them through
what lens?
Economic, social, like segregation? If we're saying we are looking at how we have created this prioritization.
That's right.
For land use changes.
That's right.
Is done through an equitable lens. And we need to be more prescriptive with either saying, if we don't have that lens defined now, we need to say we need do it through an equitable lens.
That's right.
And then we can figure out what that equitable lens looks like if we can't figure it out by then. And it's probably going to be very similar to what housing's already doing. Like their lenses should be fairly similar to our lenses from a social economic background and a historical context. What they do in their policies will be different than what we do because they do housing, we do land use.
That's right.
But how we are looking at them from those perspectives should be very similar, if not the same.
I totally agree. And how do we make that clear?
Yeah.
Because it's not clear right now.
Yeah, no, and I think
Right now, we're saying universally anybody can be displaced, right?
Yeah, I mean, who's at risk of being displaced?
That's the question. What's the metric that we're using to say that?
Yeah, I think we can come back with better language and then figure out how prescriptive that language should get from the drilling down to it. So we can just say we should be doing this, and then we can say, is that far enough, or should we really get more prescriptive on it? I think we can come back with better language and then continue that conversation to figure out, is this where we're at, or do we need to keep working on it?
Sure. Carpenter, then Ms. Milligan, Mr. Barrett.
I think we need to really take a hard look at the fact that the enhanced risk for displacement was largely created in the southern sector by previous land use decisions. The cumulative zoning overlay that the city did the last time under a theory of providing buffering, because they recognized that you had established single-family neighborhoods, like mine, for instance, that is ringed by, or at that time was ringed by CSIMIR zoning. And so they're like, okay, that doesn't look too good. So what we're going to do, or they did my neighborhood, is they cut off take a loaf of bread, you cut off the ends of the neighborhood that were R75 and were built out as single-family homes, then we'll put TH2 zoning on there, and that way it looks a little better. You have single-family, then TH2, and then you have this industrial.
Sure.
So the people now who lived in those single-family homes with TH2 overlaying them, it didn't matter for a couple of decades because nobody was looking to do anything in that part of town anyway. But now, once they started looking on the other side of the Trinity, they went, oh, golly gee, look, land that's already zoned TH2. And those single-family homes are just gone. And so we have neighborhoods. I think one thing we really need to do through this process, and I brought up earlier, is look at those existing neighborhoods that were lower income and frequently racially segregated, and that are clearly single family, but we overlaid them with a denser zoning. Those are the places that are most vulnerable to displacement right now, because developers can come in and just start building completely incompatible things that meet the zoning. And the city did that deliberately. Maybe they did it through a good theory at the time, but I think we need to take an honest look at that and say, these are the priorities. If you have an established single family neighborhood that we overlaid with something else, we need to restore that. That, to me, that's justice.
Yes, and I think we need to be very, when we are recognizing those communities, understand by us just speaking and saying this neighborhood already has that in place, and how do we make that change? Like, that process and understanding once we say that's the case, the good effects of daylighting that, and then maybe the negative effects of daylighting that, and making the certain developers aware of that community. So just, yes, yeah.
Because there are some communities that we can still save at this point, because developers haven't found them yet. There are others that they're just gone.
Yes, yeah, no, yeah, there are certain communities that have that TH zoning district that are currently pretty much single family that act right now as a buffer from other more heavier industrial uses, where then a single family neighborhood that may be almost built at the exact same time doesn't have that TH zoning district. You are correct, ma'am.
And to me, it's kind of dubious as a buffer to put more people close to inappropriate industrial. But I mean, to me, it's not just protecting people who live in single family houses; it's just protecting people living just in whatever kind of housing they're living in. But I understand that.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Milligan.
Just to go back to, I think, objective B, action item 4 that Mr. Hawkins was talking about, the prioritized neighborhoods identified most at risk of displacement for neighborhood planning and city initiated rezoning efforts. Well, I think that, so I agree. I think there's sometimes the rezoning is what facilitates or makes the displacement go faster. But I think there also needs to be the flip side, so that we're not just doing all of our planning and all of our rezoning in neighborhoods that are at risk of displacement, but it's starting, how are we focusing on neighborhoods that could also increase affordable housing options, have density, so that, I think we've talked about this a lot, so it's not just our near the urban core, especially marginalized communities that have all of the rezoning that's occurring. Does that make sense? You've got, if you're gonna have the access to the amenities, then you've got to think about planning in areas that are not at risk of displacement, but could take on housing.
Yes.
No, 100%. I think to add to that too, so as we are looking, after this plan, when we start thinking about implementing some of this from a zoning perspective, there are going to be some areas that probably need to have a kind of more focused approach in terms of city-initiated zoning, authorized hearings. But also too, we know that they're going to be private developers, homeowners are just going to develop some of that over time as well. So I think those areas that are, like you mentioned, in a place where they're at risk of displacement, it makes a lot of sense to maybe focus on those from a city specific standpoint, knowing that those other areas that might need to also be changed from the flip side might begin with that more market approach, but then also too in terms of how does the city help to kind of put all that vision together in terms of areas that might need to be updated with their zoning too. So I think that makes a lot of sense to think about the flip side of that, not just the areas that are high at risk for displacement, but just everywhere in the city. How do we kind of push that forward?
Well, but I think you can't just take that market-based approach, because if you're doing the efforts in the areas where you're going to allow for more density, which right now are more often low-income communities of color, then that's where the market investment's going to go. So I think in some senses you need to have a city-initiated flip side where we're looking at areas that already have amenities. How can we, and this may go towards your infill development zoning district, but how are we also looking to, from a public leading perspective, encourage more?
Along transit corridors and other mixed use corridors that, like, as you said, would score high on an MBA, the market value analysis, but would be a good location for additional housing to go there, because putting additional housing there helps with anti-displacement efforts somewhere else in the city.
So I have a question about the.
We'll go to
okay,
you,
yes,
Mr.
yes,
Barrett.
okay.
Yeah, my view, one of the using tools we have available, land use tools we have available, the important thing is to prevent displacement is to not concentrate zonings onto a single area. The broad of zoning is going to get us a lot further along where we want to go. Because just historically, it's those areas that are least able to prevent change, that don't have the resources or ability to prevent change. And there's an easy tool to identify those, and that's just land values in the area. You got high land values in an area, they're desirable areas that people want to do. They should be letting more people live in these places, because otherwise you're just going to be in the areas that have the least fewest resources and able to resist the changes.
The other thing I have was about number 2, and it goes to what my colleague just talked about, and that's the City Land Bank program. You all mentioned it in this land use report, and I'm interested about the use of the land bank in displacement and anti-displacement as well. Have there been an equitable analysis of what land is recaptured by the city or attained by the city, and where that land comes from, what communities those land comes from? And I'm saying that also to say, because home values are not neutral, they are based on who the people are and where the community is. There's a report that I mentioned to the city council during this housing briefing, Brookings Institute evaluation of Black assets. It would be great if, like, the housing value was neutral, but it's not. They said that once a community becomes 10% Black, house values diminish by 10% until 50% of that house value is devalued, right? So it's not just even the land that's recaptured in the land is of worth less value if someone is actually displaced in that community and another community is moved in. So I'm interested in how does the land bank play into this like housing access and choice suggestion when it comes to land use?
Now, that's a great kind of additional analysis we can do to kind of add to this and also to our existing condition report, which will be updating as well. I think the idea initially was the current land bank program has a very limited kind of scope of land uses that are part of that, and basically want to be able to expand that for more flexibility, more options. But I think what you mentioned too, being able to identify where kind of the percentage of those assets in the city, that would also help us to kind of figure out maybe focus how that's being used throughout the city. So I do like that approach, and I think that analysis would definitely help this particular section.
Going back to item 3B4. 3B4, which you were discussing a few minutes ago on prioritizing neighborhoods and for neighborhood planning and city initiated rezoning. I'm going to focus briefly on the second half of that item, which is conservation districts, NSOs, and historic districts. I've been on planning commission for almost 4 years now, and I don't think we've seen a single historic district, or maybe we've seen one historic district come through. I think I'm about to see my first conservation district expansion at some point later this year, and we haven't seen a single NSO come through. So, one, I would encourage the city to evaluate, the usefulness of these existing tools in preventing displacement, consider, replacing, creating new ones. The other thing I'll add is that we kind of mostly see the ugly side of historic districts at Plan Commission, because we often see appeals for Landmark Commission where someone is very displeased with the result. They may be fighting over what type of windows to can go in or can't go in. It's someone who's trying to remodel or replace something at their home, and particularly when we're talking about areas that are marginalized, less affluent. I don't know if those fights over the windows that are supposed to go in under a historic district necessarily prevent displacement. Maybe it's the contrary. Making it harder for people to repair their homes and things like that may ultimately make it where displacement is more likely, because it's becomes more difficult just to maintain your home in terms of both time and expense and what you've got to do there. So I don't have all of the answers on that. I only see a limited subset of that at Planning Commission. From my perspective, those tools are simply not doing the trick. Maybe the city initiated piece is the key there. We've seen things like Elm Thicket, but again, I would encourage kind of a wholesale nose to tail look at those to figure out what changes we might need to make there to utilize our zoning tools in a way that prevents displacement of the ones listed.
Yeah, and I would say yes, much to the similar discussion about the infill zoning district. I think the conservation district, historical district, and the NSO, the neighborhood stabilization overlay, are limited tools to be able to achieve what the intent and many of those communities are. And that's something that, as I was looking at reservation and what they are doing with their staff, that's something that I think we need to take a look at in planning to say what are better tools, because again, it's the size and the massing, the new homes that are going in there that are not reflective of the homes that are there now and are not reflective of they're so much bigger. Even if you have all the same windows on the house, it's so much bigger and the price points are going up. So it's a long way to say I think we need to evaluate the tools in our toolbox, and perhaps to the similar point about not maybe being specific and saying, oh, you could do a historical district. Just say that to through city initiated zoning efforts, and preservation efforts that we can affect
Yeah, I think
some of their displacement.
yeah, I think I like kind of what you mentioned in terms of as we're looking at these tools, there could be better tools. We could need more tools. So I think even with the conservation or even historic districts, they're good at doing what they're supposed to do, but they might have some unintended consequences. So I think being able to basically have a collaborative or comprehensive suite of tools that can help maintain how a community looks like, also not increase or those who are at risk for displacement, be able to use those tools comprehensively. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think kind of how Patrick kind of mentioned it, I think that's really definitely important that we do look at that. But just like all of these themes that we have here, some could be conflicting. Some could be talking about increasing density, and that could deter the amount of impervious surfaces in a particular area. So I think it's important that as we look at these tools and the kind of combining of how we use them together, being able to kind of understand what the intended consequences and unintended consequences could be for those as well.
And before we go to our next speaker, I know our lunch is here, so why don't we plan to just take about 10 minutes to get our lunch and eat while we work, so we can be as efficient as possible. So we'll do Mr. Yarborough, then Mr. Barrett, and then we'll briefly recess for 10 minutes to grab our lunch.
As I was reviewing this, and as we've talked today, I'm just not to pile more onto displacement, but while we're doing it, because I've gone back and I've been looking through like the economic development and some of the community urban design, so I don't really know if this discussion happens here or across all three of these themes. But I think when we're talking about displacement, I think we also have a language issue, and we're not being specific about what kind of displacement we're talking about, because displacement has multiple components to it. You have displacement of people, you have displacement of culture, and you have like displacement of oh gosh, I can't think of the third one. It's people, culture, and like physical displacement. So like the actual character. And when I was looking at like the key issue number 4 at the top, it's like displacement and gentrification of older neighborhoods. Well, it's not the neighborhood necessarily that we're concerned about. It's the people, the culture, and the physical. Like it's those things. I think recentering the language that we're using to put it back on the people and the residents and some of the other elements of the neighborhood, it may be helpful. That may help when you're thinking about, okay, what tools, what metrics are we using, rather than just having the broad language of displacement, which is really like nebulous, right, and hard to wrap your hands around. Being very specific about what components we're talking about, because those components make up, displacement at a larger level. And I know this is a housing theme, and that's why I'm like, because there's also like there's commercial displacement, which is talked about, and I think in the economic development theme. So I don't know, maybe there is some thread that needs to be really clear between all of these themes.
Yes.
But y'all may hear something tomorrow in your meeting. Tomorrow y'all are meeting with the displacement?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So just something to maybe bring to that conversation.
Yes, I have a few things, and Patrick might have a few as well. So I think in terms of just how this is structured, the layout, themes, the spreads, one thing we've talked about, even looking at the implementation table, there's a lot of overlap between some of those items.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do is update in terms of either this or the table is as we kind of list those tables at the back. Either we're playing with do we just show a complete list of all those items, and then you have some icons that kind of like are pointed to kind of show which kind of themes it connects to. Also, too, if we keep it the way it is, adding those icons in those specific tables or even within this particular theme, we can kind of show that too as well, how those connection points are kind of being addressed and shown here. I think that that's actually an approach we're looking at and we're testing. So that could help with how we connect this too. And I think that you reiterate your first point that you mentioned, just for making sure I got what you mentioned, Mr. Yarbrough. Can you repeat that again with the displacement piece? Is that kind of what you're talking about overall, just being able to connect displacement overall with all the themes? Is that kind of the main concern or thing you think you can kind of improve upon?
I think it's mostly the lack of discussion about the multi-dimensional aspects of
Gotcha.
displacement.
Okay, cool, perfect. So thanks for repeating that. So I think we touched on this a few times, and so for example, a place, I think is maybe a little bit philosophical. That includes the people, that includes the culture, that includes the location, that includes access. I think that's part of a place. So what we're doing within Fort Dallas, we're not saying this type of place is for these type of people.
Right.
We don't want to do that. But what we want to do is create this construct, this kind of base level of land use and places where, depending on what kind of people go there, they can still kind of manifest their culture and access, etc. But then, like you mentioned too, there are some areas where certain people and cultures are just disappearing.
Right.
So I think it's important that we note that, and I think maybe how we put that into language, I think that could be something that we can kind of play with, because that's actually very important, because just because certain communities can change over time, we don't want to say, okay, it's going to be X, Y, and Z community, but A through whoever doesn't, we don't see them anymore. So being able to kind of make sure that all communities can still live in the city, but also being, like you said, proactive in terms of how do we keep that complexity of people groups, cultures still kind of intact without them having to go elsewhere. So I think that we can kind of play with that language to maybe drive that home further. If you have some examples, we'd be open to use that.
Yeah.
Mr. Barrett, the
finish
man
this
standing
up here.
between us and lunch.
Well, I had only 15 minutes of comments. Back on 3B4, I'd just go a step further than Chair Rubin. So these tools, the Conservation District, NSO, and historic districts, they've got a demand suppression effect. That's what you're trying to talk about stabilization. They got demand suppression, and it's frankly not very good at that, and rightfully so, because anybody who wants to prevent displacement by saying the neighborhood can't change, you would have to make the suppression so strong that it makes it a really bad place to live. Right? You'd have to decrease the values and the desirability of the area a lot. And they also, on the flip side, have a little bit of supply suppression, which is counterproductive to preventing displacement. So, in my view, these are aesthetic tools at best. Conservation district is basically its own zoning, so maybe. But both these are aesthetic tools at best, and they don't have a place in the discussion about preventing displacement, because they don't do that. They're ineffective for that purpose, and they achieve aesthetic goals that are unrelated to housing access.
Perhaps to Mr. Yarborough's point, it does little to affect the displacement of people, does little to affect the displacement of a community, but does provide some regulations for the structure.
Sure, a sense of home or familiarity.
Right. I think, can I go back to what we mentioned earlier, and now I'm going to kind of preventing y'all from lunch, is this is going to be a composite of tools. So I think when you kind of look at those anti-displacement tools to keep a community where they want to be and housed, then you start to add some other layers in terms of conservation historic districts to maybe maintain that if it's not done already through the land use and et cetera. So being able to kind of add upon some of those items, you mentioned cosmetic, in some cases that's kind of how it can be applied. But I think being able to kind of look at the combination of tools to kind of help a community stay where they need to stay, look how they want to look, develop how they want to develop. I think that's something that we can maybe investigate. How do we put those together? It might not be a clear thing, but I think that's a worthy kind of investigation.
All right, it is 12:24. One housekeeping note. I know we are hovering at 8, which is exactly quorum right now. So I know at least 1 or 2 people have items coming up, or even a hard stop at 2. So after lunch, let's do our best to get as much done as we can before 2 p.m. Just be sort of facing that quorum issue. So let's take 10 minutes right now. It's 12:25. Let's be back at 12:35 and try to power through the rest of this.
We agree on one.
Are there?
Recording has resumed.
All right. Thank you, Kyle. All right. It is 12:41 p.m. and we are back on the record. We were in the middle of comments on housing choice and access. Any additional comments on this item? Mr. Carpenter.
If I missed this comment earlier, I apologize. I might have been reading something, but just at the top of the page, goal, increase housing choice throughout the city. And then we have the, particularly near job centers, transit accessible locations and amenity-rich areas. I think that kind of weakens what the message that needs to be sent. It seems to me that we need to have a really clear message that we need to increase housing density and housing choice across the city to meet the needs of people of all ages, races, and levels. I mean, I think there needs to be. I mean, while I understand what you're saying about, well, I mean, actually, I don't guess I understand it, because we don't need to increase housing choices just near amenity-rich areas or job centers or transit-oriented development. We need more housing and more housing choices across the city.
So increasing housing choice and housing density throughout the city to meet the needs of people of all different
ages, races, incomes, abilities, whatever.
To meet the needs of, to meet the unique needs of all the peoples of Dallas.
Well, I would just add to that. Sorry, I was testing out how this would work. Is that distracting for y'all?
No.
It's fine.
Okay, so I think.
Sorry, that's distracting. Sorry about that. I didn't need that. Yeah, so this is referring, so in general, I think
In general, this is referring to across the city, but I think in particular, we're responding to issues of fair housing, where a lot of this affordable housing was not placed in areas of opportunity. I think the other impetus here is that transit-oriented development and housing focused on transit has become a huge priority, not just through the mobility plan and the DART, but also through CCAP and some of the goals and metrics laid out there. So I do think the intention here isn't to imply that we shouldn't work on housing density more generally throughout the city, but that these are two sort of particular areas of focus that are housing policy and mobility policies and economic development policies that kind of called out. So just a little bit of background as to kind of how we got there for that description. Thank you.
Perhaps it would be something along the lines of increasing housing choice throughout the city, ensuring that people have access to job centers, transit, accessibility in amenity-rich areas. Just saying that it's not just building more housing, but it's building more housing that's located next to transit, jobs, everything that then more housing would have access to that as well.
I understand what you're saying, but it seems to me that kind of weakens the message that I think needs to be conveyed, that all areas of the city, all neighborhoods need to just confront the fact that we need more density and more housing types everywhere. Because when you go on to A1, collaborate with residents at the neighborhood levels to plan for housing types that are consistent with existing context and scale. That also seems to imply that, well, you can kind of, weaken the imperative there for a lot more density that what they have, some neighborhoods can opt out. I'm not sure that to me, the message is coming through loud and clear that all areas of the city are going to have to look at more density and more housing. So like here, create an infill residential zone to allow appropriately scaled infill housing in designated areas. That implies that there's areas that don't have to do that. Maybe it's not a concern to us, anybody else, but I'm just, it just seems to me that we're not really hammering away at this.
No, I think what you're saying is, speaks to what we mentioned earlier in this discussion, and it's something that I think we can do better. What your suggestion is, that is something that across the board, the city as a whole needs to increase density in every part of the city. How we do that is going to look nuanced depending on the place types, but I think what you're saying, this should kind of be a little bit more clear in terms of that. That's what we're trying to do here, because it's not clear, I guess, as you read from beginning to end, what we're trying to kind of have with these themes and these place types.
I mean, I think possibly the part about the job centers and strength, Rich and all that could be one of these points down here below. My other question has to do with where we are today, and it points out the West Oak Cliff area. It says, according to the MPA, areas north and east of I-30, in addition to the West Oak Cliff area, support the highest residential market levels, while the southern and southeastern areas of the city fall on the lower end of the spectrum. I don't see West Oak Cliff being generally considered an area that supports the highest residential market. Now, perhaps parts of North Oak Cliff, I'm talking about Kessler Stevens, that's what the whole low cap area, West Oak Cliff, I don't see it.
So yeah, so in terms of what this is referencing is the NBA analysis that has the different color coding and identification of more residential, I forgot how we specifically call it, but I think when we looked at it, the initial kind of language kind of talked about general locations in the city, but there were some pockets that I think wanted to identify within this particular statement. We could double check and make sure that this is still addressing that in terms of that analysis. This is kind of old as well. In terms of analysis is currently being updated, so we can go in and make sure that that identification that we have in this language is in line with the analysis that we use, and also to what the current consultant, I think, with work is going to happen with Patrick and the rest of the department as we update this is actually showing us. So we can look into that.
And part of that is the limitations of the city's initial MPA, where it is largely focused on single family home ownership. And so there's a lot that it doesn't do a good job of capturing. And so sometimes if you look at it through just, okay, single family home ownership and those values, if you look at it through that lens, it makes it a little bit, it alters some of that perception that you might be, that all of us have, yeah.
And when you're talking about adding the diverse housing types within the city's land bank program, I understand it, but I think you also have to think about the disparate impact on neighborhoods of where these vacant lots are that are in the land bank program. Because we hear cases at CPC regularly where there's a neighborhood that has vacant lots, and developers come in and they want more density than the underlying zoning allows, and we hear the argument that, well, there's so much vacant lots for any development ought to be welcome there. But I think you have to go back historically and look at why those vacant lots exist in the southern sector in these lower income neighborhoods, which is because of segregation and adjacency to incompatible industrial, which make people, willing to move out, eager to move out if they can, and redlining, which meant you couldn't get home loans to either buy a house or fix up a house, or you couldn't get home insurance if your house like burned down or a tree fell on you, you couldn't fix it. And then you had code enforcement efforts that, whatever reason, were not successful. And then you have aggressive demolition policies at a certain point. So you created neighborhood, the city's policies collectively created these neighborhoods where there are a lot of vacant lots that now wound up in the land bank program. So once again, I think we want to avoid the message that we're just going to put density in certain areas. And this land bank program for more density is going to fall on these historically lower income areas that have a history of racial segregation.
I think yes, you are correct that a lot of the land bank land, if not almost all of it, is in southern Dallas and probably some parts of West Dallas. And those are areas tradition that have been places of color where the city has been intentional about the segregation, if not the disadvantage of economic issues that the city again has been very intentional about doing there. For the land bank program, I would say a couple of things. First is there are some properties that are in the
I just
land
have a
bank.
clarity question. You know, like we're saying that fact in this meeting. Is it impossible for us to add some of this context to this? We add other context. I'm really interested in how, do we have the ability to add this? Are we hampered by someone saying that we can't add that context that is already publicly talked about by the city? Most of these issues are settled matters. You know what I'm saying? Do we not have the ability to add these things to the report? This is a clarity question.
So I think it would be how we go about adding that, whether it's, you know, a strong statement in the beginning, whether that's a strong statement in the beginning, and then a context statement on each one of the themes. Because what we want to make sure that we're not doing is just like that we are very clear in putting out these statements, but that, you know, this is a land use document and we can't, you know, we got to find the right place for it. So I'd be open to figuring out where is that right place for it.
And I'm saying that because we have a context statement. The current conditions is a context statement, right?
Yeah, and that may be the best, you know, that may be the best place to add it. I think having us take a look at it and saying, okay, here are some places to add it, and let's give you some suggestions, some options about here's how we add it in different ways. What is the best, you know, the best way that the committee would then say, yes, that's the way that you should go about adding it in.
Yeah, I think to add to that too, a lot of the context, the history, to be honest, I don't think provides enough justice in terms of being able to kind of talk about it in 2 sentences. With our ECR, I think we'll be able to kind of understand that context and the whole holistic picture. I think your theme is always how do we connect that history to what we're kind of showing here. I think we can do a better job with that connection, but we're not going to be able to expound and give that context justice in these spreads. But we can do a better job of connecting what we've unpacked and analyzed in our ECR, because that's part of the same report. That's kind of a different document in the same, basically, for Dallas suite of documents. So we can do a better job of kind of tying those together. So if somebody wants to kind of unpack that further, maybe we kind of say within ECR how we want to do it, but connecting that analysis to what we're kind of showing here. So there's a constant stream of that history and inequities that we see in the library, writing some of these statements up here. So we can try to do a better job with kind of connecting those 2 pieces.
And I don't want to just couch it in history, because I think couching in history like kind of devalues its importance to this. Like there are policies and practices, right? And how those policies and practices impacting these key issues, current conditions, and objectives. I think that that's worthy enough to be part of it. You know, I don't just couch it as history, right? Right. And I'm saying that to say that the city thought it was important enough to put it on their website, right? Now, I mean, I could show you 5 different websites where they put former policies and practices that they admitted to. So is there, I just want to know if there's a limit to what we can say or do, so I could stop adding those comments, you know what I'm saying?
So I think kind of this, we're playing with this, that's why we're having these discussions.
Yeah.
In terms of how to best kind of drive that home within this document without it being this kind of, let's say a history document, but basically reaccounting of all the policies that we've done. And because if we do show a few policies, why not show the entire suite?
I mean, we are though.
What kind of led to what this is. So I think we do have documents within Fort Dallas that we're trying to show that big picture and then kind of come to this. But I think that connection between those 2 can be done better. So we can, maybe as we kind of look for that next version that we're going to be developing, might be something, I might even pick your brain a bit, just kind of think about, okay, if this section has, a paragraph about this, could that help kind of connect the dots? But yeah, I think we're just, it's kind of this kind of science and kind of art in terms of how much information do we show here that is going to be repetitive from what we see in the ECR, but also to making sure that that emphasizes some of these items that we're identifying here, because I think a lot of what you're saying, a lot of these elements could be emphasized and even kind of even shown the importance of it by showing that connection, because some people might not even read the ECR or what we have developed or analyzed. So I think there is some room to kind of play with what that looks like. I'm not sure what that balance is, but I think there is some play that we can do here.
Mr. Goldsey. Yeah, just real quickly, Lawrence, before lunch, you mentioned as a metric about 300,000 people coming here in 20 years. And I think I might be missing it, but if that was in the did you know or in the metric area, that might help some of this, discussion about, why is this so important?
No, definitely. I think as we're talking to, I think a lot of that, I was referencing our existing conditions report. We were kind of analyze where and why and how that increased density, where that's coming from. So I think being able to kind of just bring some of those key pieces back to this document, this particular document, not just for Dallas and ECR, but I think this particular section can help to drive home why. I think that's kind of what kind of the common theme I'm hearing is just like why we even kind of putting these things up here. So being able to kind of expound a bit about that, connect the dots better. So, people aren't having to go to another document if they don't know, but be able to kind of like connect those dots. I think we can do a better job of doing that and hopefully address both of the points that you're all mentioning.
I read recently that somewhere in the range of 70% or a little over 70% of the new development, new construction in Dallas is aimed at the luxury market. And so there seems to be a real mismatch between what we need and what we're getting. And also with the population growth that we're getting, all that population growth, they're not all looking for luxury. They might like it, they can afford it, but they can't afford luxury units. Is there any place or is there a place in this document to address that mismatch? Is there a way through a land use policy plan to say, here are strategies to increase what we actually need?
From a land use perspective, I don't know if I have seen a great land use strategy that specifically says this 2,000 square foot structure should have that through land use policy, we can get it to a certain price point. The one thing I'd also encourage you, and our housing department will come and talk to you at length about the concept of filtering, which basically says the more luxury housing you build means like that filters down through everything. Super complicated concept. Don't want to get into it here, but from a land use perspective, I would say that the way that you address building more housing for different income levels is just allowing more housing and more types of housing so that a 2,000 square foot structure can sit on a much smaller lot and not be as expensive as a 2,000 square foot structure on a 10,000 square foot lot.
Land use policy and incentive policy don't always go hand in hand, but they're required to build affordable housing. But thinking through the affordable housing components, which is permitting fees that can be waived, tax abatements that can be waived. It's not exactly land use per se, but that has worked in many communities. We've had elements of that here in Dallas, but certainly not.
And one of the recommendations here, it does talk about the development process and removing some of those barriers in the development process. But again, that can have only a certain amount of effect on it. And again, that's not really even a land use per se policy, but because we can touch that easier than some of the other incentives.
I'm sorry. Did you?
I was going to say just specific to some of those action items that you mentioned that aren't specific to land use but tie into more development kind of improvements. We actually, at the initial part of development of this, we had just a specific development improvements table. It wasn't even a theme, but more of a catch-all that kind of covered that. But we kind of looked at these other themes; those basically fell into some of these themes. So I think we can kind of do maybe another better job of maybe identifying what those items are graphically, or kind of highlighting them too as well. Just saying this is more specific toward a development efficiency improvement, or whatever you want to call it. But I think that does make sense.
Yeah, and the land use perspective, I mean, it totally, what you said, the first obvious one is just using less land for the same, that means like minimum lot size, things like health, and things like that, you're not having to pay for what you can't afford, or need. And then all the intended development rules like parking requirements and setbacks and leading into the building code on what things are allowed, on number of stairways and fire suppression cell, things that all kind of really closely related. So we are doing, luxurious marketing term. I mean, you build what you build. Here's you build stuff with most expensive people. So people have most money to pay for what you build. But the second order effect here is if we allow more things can get built, then there's more range of things. Marginal project becomes more feasible. So there's neighborhood, there's places I could build today. My neighborhood, if the minimum lot size was smaller, I mean, there are 3,000 square foot lots that you could put 3 homes on. Right? That's just not a lot. The minimum lot size is 7,500 square feet.
And so, perhaps, like, at least in my mind, it's land use can be a good macro tool for it. Like, but as opposed to specifically getting and saying this has to be more affordable, it can be a little difficult. The way you get more affordable is by those different changes to land development code, development process that all throughout, so that way someone might be able to make the number at a different price point.
I mean, at the end of the day, the developer has to be made whole. So what you can do from a land use policy perspective is tie it to the subsidies. So if you want to create more affordable housing and certain price points, then you've got to incentivize it and say, okay, well, we'll waive these permitting fees, or we'll do these abatements or rebates to incentivize the affordability of these homes. That's not always done here, but the city always tries to get away with it, and they do it in certain areas. I know District 6 had an opportunity zone. You know what I'm talking about? I think it was District 6. Has that been met with some? How has that been working? I guess is my question. I haven't kept up.
I'm not heard of those.
Yeah, I can speak to something you just mentioned. So a lot of the reason why in the city of Dallas, actually every city in Texas kind of uses incentives, because the state law, we can't mandate basically certain percentages of affordable housing or et cetera. So other states allow that, so that's why you see that in other states. State of Texas, we can't do that, so we have to incentivize. If you provide X amount of affordable housing, you get more development bonuses or less reduction, whatever. So I think that's how we've approached it. But that's what you said. That hasn't really yielded as much in terms of the number of affordable housing that we would like to see. I think it's a federal level or a state level thing. We've identified, actually, I think the next theme is that being able to continue advocating for that at the state level. How that looks like specifically, we're still fleshing that out with our partners, but that's kind of one limitation that we can't really do too much about in terms of being able to say, we've increased it by this percentage or et cetera, because we're kind of limited with the state says.
Anything else on the housing choice and asset? All right, economic development and revitalization. Mr. Hawkins.
So that key issues number 1 and 2 like really stuck out to me. Again, that's why I'm really interested in like the lens in which this takes. This key issue number 1 indicts Southern Dallas and the people there and the places in which they live. It says that Southern Dallas continues to face challenges in attracting private investment. And I don't think that's the issue. The issue is that private investment is challenged in coming to South Dallas. It's not the other way around. You know what I mean? And I think the city also has actually tried to encourage investment in Southern Dallas, and private investment hasn't come there. right? So it's not even the city's fault at this time. You know what I'm saying? This is definitely private investments issue, not the city or the people. So I think we have to like change the language of that key issue. That's not the truth. You know, like this. I give an example. The city of Dallas created opportunity for grocers, $2 million in cash. If you come to Southern Dallas, nobody in private investment took them up on that offer, right? So it's not the city's fault at this time. That's a really good thing, right? But that's not a true statement. And I think the other number two is this aging commercial corridors. All commercial corridors are aging. I think we have to be just more prescriptive about what we mean by aging. Is there a metric to say what is aging? Is it maintenance? But what are we talking about when we talk about aging commercial corridor? Is there like a year in which something becomes too old? You know, like what are we talking about?
I think that's a good point, though, from the most recent comment, and that's actually something we actually want to refine and tweak. So as we look at kind of just generally commercial locations in the city, those that used to be more vibrant strip centers that aren't really doing as well, especially after COVID, are not yielding as much traffic. I think being able to kind of identify what are those metrics that kind of identify what's successful, what's not successful. We initially began that analysis. I think our consultant's going to probably help us to further kind of get that analysis from a kind of just initial glance. That's kind of what we noticed. I think some of our analysis in our ECR were focused on some of those, I think we call it, I think it is commercial corridors within there as well. There are certain metrics that we can already pull from there to basically help define what we mean by that. So we can definitely do a better job. So we can kind of pull that too. With the first piece too, I think I'm actually curious in terms of maybe how we can refine that first point. You know, as you know, somebody who lives in Southern Dallas, and just generally speaking with those who are looking to develop, they're like, well, just generally, I don't want to build it because of just the perception. Sometimes I hear that.
So that's a private investment problem. It's not a Southern Dallas problem.
Right. So I think it could cover those two pieces. So I think also too, like there is some infrastructure that doesn't exist in some areas. I think it's kind of twofold. So maybe we can kind of be more specific, like you mentioned. We're trying to cover kind of those two aspects, the public investment and the infrastructural investment, or are you saying that this should be focused just on more private?
I just think that we shouldn't be placing the onus on Southern Dallas to change the challenge. You know, this is the investment or developer challenge. This is not a place challenge, right? If we're talking about universal land use, everybody has the opportunity to, you know, go to any neighborhood they choose to go to. Why are they not choosing to go here? And I think that gets at some of our lenses that we take with this work, right? So.
And I think maybe some background in terms of how we kind of came up with why this is important, kind of key issues.
And that is the policies, practices thing I'm talking about, right? That give us some of that information.
No, definitely. So basically those 4 points that we have there kind of just at high level kind of summarizes what we saw from our existing conditions report. Heavily, like, you know, 80% of some of the investment or even the revenue or et cetera that we see in the city is not in Southern Dallas. So I think that's kind of an obvious kind of glaring thing that just from multiple analysis that we've seen, that we want to be able to kind of put front and center that yes, like we're looking from the citywide perspective in terms of equitably making sure that we're all able to drive economic development together. But there are certain areas that definitely need to focus, I think. So
I mean, if you talk about assets, I mean, it has all of the assets that you would need in an area, right?
Well,
and there's a perception issue.
Right.
And what is the perception? That's the metric I'm talking about, right?
And we're not putting the onus on Southern Dallas. We're saying that there is a perception issue affecting development in Southern Dallas.
And that's not what this says, you know what I'm saying? So we have to like be real clear about that. And what is that perception?
If you don't mind.
I think Mr. Houston has a comment. Sorry.
Mr. Houston?
I want to, I'm looking at point 1, and for it to be so prominent as the first statement as why it's important, it does skew to the onus of the residents, where in economic development, developers typically, what's attractive is infrastructure, which is something that a city is typically responsible for. And so maybe if we reword number 1, because we should state Southern Dallas continues to face those challenges, but that shouldn't be so prominent on the document. That may be a place where it should be placed in number 3 or something like that as a subtopic. But the first topic should be um, areas of Dallas that can develop for economic development needs are challenging because there are people that are not developing in Dallas proper, but all around also as we're becoming a donut. So let's not place the onus on Southern Dallas as much as it is. The city should promote and advertise our opportunities that are in Southern Dallas for more opportunities.
Perhaps it should say something like barriers to equitable investment, lack of infrastructure, bias.
They say perception, right?
Perception.
That's what they've heard from the community, right? So, I mean, we can use that, but I just wanted to take.
I mean, you can take Southern Dallas out of it. You say barriers to equitable investment, lack of infrastructure, whatever.
And I want to know what that perception means. It's a very nebulous term, like what does that mean?
So
Perception of what?
Right, I want to take a few steps back so I think as we are, and I was kind of talking to that number one. Now, perception is not the encompassing piece of that. I want to kind of step back to say that in addition to perception, in addition to infrastructure, in addition to kind of lack of other public and private investment in this area, that has continued to kind of put some Dallas in a place where they're facing challenges to attract that private investment or just investment in general. And I think maybe you all can help me here too, as we're talking about being equitable and being clear about where we want that equity to be focused in. I don't want to lose being able to drill down to a certain part of the city that needs that additional kind of focus, investment, even talking about perception, all of that. If we're going to make this kind of a broader statement, is that what I'm hearing, that this should just become areas generally that are lacking investment should get that. I think focusing it on a particular area that we have seen through data should be something that we highlight, and what we can do too is actually maybe put those data points here to help with that. But I'm curious.
Can I ask a clarity question about that?
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Like, how did Southern Dallas get highlighted as the area?
Right. So when we did our analysis from a infrastructure component, access to grocery stores, racial kind of makeup of where people exist in the city and their access as well. Within ECR, I don't remember top of mind. Those were focused in Southern Dallas. Like you look at the map and you see pink on the bottom and not much on the top. So I think just looking at that from a high level, that's kind of that analysis that we kind of put this kind of front and center, because that is something that we have noticed from the data that there is a lack of that public investment from several data points. So that's kind of what why we kind of put that as a point here to know.
So that's the first part. The second clarity question is, how did you surmise the challenge in attracting?
So I think that was more kind of a conversation with kind of our eco-dev partners, and kind of how when they're looking to attract economic development throughout the city.
Yeah.
They mentioned we just have issues or hard time being able to attract investment as much as we see in other parts of the city.
Did they say any reason why?
I can't remember top of mind the rationale, the reason. They just said that this is a difficult time to attract that investment. So I think there's two things that I've heard a few times. Infrastructure is one of those things. So just not as much of that infrastructure exists. But then also too, there's a perception thing. I'm not sure how land use can help with that. That's one thing that we hear too as well. So I think there's a lot of multifaceted components. But from at least what we've heard from our economic development team, those are the two that come up.
So that infrastructure one has to be, it's false. 90% of Dallas is, in somewhat infrastructure poor, particularly when it comes to sidewalks and all those things. But the perception thing, you have to name that, if that is a big deal, we have to name it and really say it. And that's what I'm really getting at, you all.
I can say from being on CPC now for 6 years, it's not that there's a reluctance to invest in the southern sector that I see. It's that there's only certain types of investment that are eager to go into like West Dallas or the southern sector. It's warehousing and commercial motor vehicle parking and industrial and light tech and mobile home parks. they're very willing to go in because they have preconceived ideas about what is suitable development for that part of town. And I don't know how to change it. I mean,
But how do
we
you-
usually say no to things.
Yeah.
They say, no, but you cannot put 40 acres of diesel trucks right next to this neighborhood.
But that's more than that. Like, I mean, I've done some development in Southern Dallas and adaptive reuse, and I can't build something new because I can't get the rent necessary to support it, right? So it's a lack of investment, but it's because that's an informed, I have to earn a return, and developers have to earn a return while they're building. I could do it sometimes on residential development because but if I build something new commercial, there's no way I can get the rent in a lot of the areas we're probably have in mind. I'm thinking about Cedar Crest Boulevard where there's vast swaths of community retail zone, and you can renovate the things that are there, and there definitely needs reinvestment and investment to, make them services, and it's not lacking for infrastructure like utilities. Things have all that.
Right.
The traffic is low, income is low, which means the rents are low. And I do think that is the policy of the city over the last 100 years has created that, and it's almost out of the city's hands. Is that all the development's gone up north, and that's where people want to be up north because that's where the income and the traffic and everything is up there. That's one of the things that drive rents. And, we have an opportunity. I feel like we have an opportunity here to make things easier to do throughout Dallas, including in the Southern Dallas, to make jobs like mine easier to. I've got commercial land that I would love to build residential. And I have to go through a 6-month rezoning process and spend $20,000 on zoning consultants just to make basic things like that happen. And we have an opportunity here to try to make some of that easier, where it just lowers that barrier, where maybe I can get my marginal project done in Southern Dallas that is not currently possible.
Okay, I love what you're saying. That's amazing. 3A and then 1 through 4 there. It has, or 1 through 3 there. It doesn't have a lot of like teeth on that. It's kind of like development cliches there. And if there's a company that wants to put in, say, 50 jobs in the community, we got to think about from a land use perspective, upzoning, variances, density bonuses, setback issues that make the business more viable. The key word, in my opinion, that's missing is flexibility. And if we really want to attract businesses in our community, north or south, it doesn't matter. We got to think about being a little bit more flexible, especially if they're bringing jobs, significant jobs. And we can talk about subsidies as well, abatements, rebatements, whatever. But flexibility is really lacking in that 1 through 3.
That's a great point, and reminds me of a few conversations we had. I think it was EcoDev. So as we're looking at the current jobs that exist in Southern Dallas, so just kind of focus just on industrial jobs, kind of the lower skill jobs that you're able to get more people to kind of be able to kind of access, versus maybe the way that the industries go in terms of kind of the higher skill, more AI type of job that might need more type of skill set education to attain. So there's two things with that. So say we're looking to provide job people, the job, the entry point might be low, that they're not able to kind of afford a lot of the things we're looking for in terms of the southern sector. If we're trying to open up that to more kind of skill type of labor that's kind of focused in that same industry, what does that look like for those communities that exist there? I think that flexibility that you're talking about makes a lot of sense, but maybe if you could maybe elaborate on flexibility of types of industries, or maybe give me a little bit more kind of depth to what you're mentioning.
Yeah, I mean, if you're bringing jobs to your community, right, the city has to really bend over backwards to make it easier for this business to create jobs. That's any. And, you know, again, I look at it from a land use perspective. And I actually look at it from two perspectives. One is the subsidy side, and then one is the land use side. We're talking about land use today. We're not talking generally about subsidies, although sometimes they go hand in hand. But from a land use perspective, if a company needs variances, it should be super simple to come down to City Hall and get that variance. It's tied to jobs. You know, if you're creating jobs in the city, which I think should be the number one thing a city should do, is try to create jobs. Because the rooftops will follow. And that brings, you know, tax money to your city. Do everything you can to make it happen, right? Don't make it harder for them. This is why I get so upset about the permitting processes here in Dallas.
And you're agnostic to the types of jobs that exist, just jobs in general, you want to get people working.
Ms. Milligan, do you have something?
Sure, I think to respond to what Mr. Hawkins was saying, and I agree with Commissioner Carpenter that it's not that there isn't private investment in parts of southern Dallas, right? It's that it's industrial or it's extractive uses, it's payday lender, it's a bank, it's a dollar store instead of a grocery store. So I think finding a way to define that economic development, and it goes back to the definitions, right? Because I think if we look at the goal and we have equitable, sustainable development, I don't know what that, it sounds good, but I don't know what that means, but it may speak to what Mr. Hawkins was saying, was what, you know, what do we mean about lack of private investment? Because I don't think that's exactly true. And maybe we do speak to the fact we are painting Southern Dallas with a broad brush here. We certainly have very stable, high income neighborhoods in Southern Dallas. We do have neighborhoods that are seeing investment. So I think we just need to think through that. But I had a couple of comments, but I first have a question on the goal. I think we may be trying to do too much with the goal, but can you tell us a little bit more what you're trying to, what specific issues you're trying to address within this goal?
Okay, so I want to make sure that this is, okay, cool. So within this particular goal, it's kind of twofold, or maybe threefold. So there's some community that exists in the city. We're focusing on three components: neighborhoods generally, you know, job centers, and then just it's a citywide perspective how kind of all that's working together. So from a kind of neighborhood perspective, there are certain neighborhoods that could use more revitalization, more mix of uses to kind of just help with you know, economic growth, wealth generation, et cetera. From a land use perspective, I think what we can do is kind of make sure that the land use composition within those areas provides that access to, you know, those types of jobs, et cetera. Two, there's some corridors, nodes, I don't say nodes, and commercial centers that aren't achieving, I guess, their economic goal in terms of, you know, people coming to that area, economic outputs, et cetera, that we see that, you know, the economic development and other partners have said we need to kind of focus on either these areas being able to either maintain what they currently have or rethink how we can use these particular assets in, you know, the next 20 years to do something else. So I think that's kind of another piece. And then with the kind of the mixed use piece of that, I guess it goes to the first two, being able to provide that mix of opportunity, flexibility of how economic development occurs. So just because it could be working a particular way now, or even in the past, it might not work that way in the future in terms of certain grouping of uses that exist. So I think being able to make sure that that flexibility of mix of uses exists in all job centers, commercial corridors, and just in case that something shifts in the market, we're still able to adapt to what the market kind of shows us. So that's kind of how we look through this particular goal, but definitely open to refining, making this better.
Well, I think it goes back to the conversation we had about the housing goal too, is, you know, maybe all of these goals, thinking through what is our broad vision that applies citywide, and then is there a historical or current inequity that we're trying to address, right? So like housing, we want housing more housing throughout the city, but we do want to focus on if we're thinking about housing choice and being in amenity-rich areas. And I think it could be the same thing here. What is our broad goal that we'd like to see across the city? And then what's the historic or current inequity we're trying to address? Because I think you're trying to get to that inequity with the equitable, sustainable development. But I don't, it looks like that's focusing on the revitalization, but the way you define revitalization, that would be throughout the city, right? You've got underutilized commercial areas in all parts of
Right.
Dallas.
So you're saying this could be broader in terms of what's broader, more aspirational, I guess, or maybe help me unpack.
So it may be easier with the housing goal. So the housing goal is I think the way we recommended changing it, that we're increasing housing route that are adding housing throughout the city with a focus on housing choice, which I see that as relating to affordability in amenity-rich areas, right? So broad goal across the city, we just want to see more housing throughout the city. But if we're focusing on inequities, we want people who don't have as much housing choice because of their income or because of their disability or other factors to be able to live in amenity-rich areas near job centers. So I think the same thing with here, we want to promote economic growth and revitalization of these underserved or of commercial corridors and mixed-use job centers. That's broad goal throughout the city with a focus on and then whatever inequity we think we're focusing on. If that makes sense.
Mr. Yarborough and Mr. Hawkins.
Trying to think which one. Since we're talking about the goal, I've been trying to like reword that. And one of the first things I saw was, I think, having equitable and sustainable towards the back end of the, or I guess further down, I think you could do promote equitable and sustainable economic growth and development. Because I think that's actually what you mean, rather than just having it be on the development side.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Sure. Promote equitable and sustainable economic growth and development.
So within the goal.
Within the goal of the, yeah, so between promote.
Yeah, it's removing that adjective to
Correct.
And to say it's both growth and development that we want equitable and sustainable.
Correct. And I think to Ms. Milligan's point, after the word development, you can say across the city. And then dive into whatever we're trying to address from a revitalization standpoint, which I think is the goal of the second half of the goal. Does that make sense?
Probably don't think now. So
you want to promote equitable and sustainable economic growth and development.
Yes.
Across the city.
Across the city. That's
While addressing revitalization.
That's just my recommendation for. And then. I have two more proposed. In the key issues 1 and 2. I'll start with 2. Because we discussed the word aging. Perhaps the more correct word, not married to this, just throwing this out there. Perhaps the word is disinvested commercial corridors, because I think aging, there are some old commercial corridors that are doing real well. I mean, really old commercial corridor, somewhere up closer to, Richardson, not as old, may also be doing well. So maybe it's I don't know if it's disinvestment is the word we're looking for there, but I just wanted to throw that out as a suggestion.
Yeah, to me, though, that's a symptom and not a problem.
Right.
It's a function, being the commercial developer, it's a function of the rents and like rents are good, then I can reinvest in the property and spruce it up and do maintenance and capital investments, bring in better tenants and a virtuous cycle. But the rents aren't there, then you're just like, nothing. You just maintain the best you can and try to do best with what you've got. So,
But the question is, how do we get the rents to improve, right? That's the goal, because this is economic development, right?
right, but from a land use perspective, the only thing you can do for me, the best you can do for me as a developer, we're talking about land use, we're not talking about subsidies from the city or investments from the city, which are also important things, is that you can make the land as flexible in use as possible. So, because I've got CR zone land, I can't build housing, which is what is needed there without extensive zoning. Or I've got, I can't build mixed use, or I can't even bring in like somebody who, one of these non-obnoxious industrial uses, where you're like, I work at a CNC shop or something, or a cabinet shop or something that might work in these spots, but they're like, zoning doesn't allow for that, right? They're not, and if I try to go for a mixed use zoning we have now, like in U1, like then you get the neighbors out with pitchforks because they think I'm gonna build a 180-foot tower on my land, and it's like, not impossible, I said RPS, but, and so it's just like, what I hope to get out of this for Southern, there's many things, a lot of things that need to be done, but just to make the land easy to use for the things that can work with the rents that I can get in a place is important, because otherwise I'm kind of stuck. Like, I have all these friction costs that come with switching land uses, bringing in tenants that might work. You can get really creative. Like, you can make smaller spaces that are really high quality and bring the best tenants that you can for the neighborhood. But I can only work with so much. I can only work with traffic and the income that I've got in the neighborhood. And I don't have a ton of control as a developer with that. So the most you can do for me is to make it easy to use the land for many things as possible.
So land use and parking.
Yeah, land use and parking.
Any other ones that we can do that allows that flexibility for a property owner and businesses to allow them to easily find, right, like different things. So markets doing different things, and you have that flexibility to use those spaces differently. It would be land uses and parking. Is there anything else?
There's some development rules, right? Setbacks and maybe landscape requirements, something like that. But the biggest thing is parking, and not even that, because there's a lot of land. The biggest thing is like land use flexibility, and I would like property owner would like to be able to do all the three of those things. Some light industrial things, some residential things, and some commercial things. I can find what will work in a space.
To that similar point, 3A3, talking about doing detailed land use and zoning planning assessments for commercial corridors and centers. I don't know if it specifically, specific corridors and centers need individual assessments. I think we need a broader citywide assessment and to do some of those things that Mr. Barrett just mentioned in terms of parking and allowing mixed use in a lot of our existing commercial centers and corridors. We seem to have a real, history in Dallas of separating residential and commercial uses. And I think of lots of great, formerly great shopping center areas, which probably could improve quite a bit if we allowed residential to come in and,
Yeah, there's probably, I think there's a little of column A and a little of column B. I think there's definitely changes that can be applicable throughout Dallas for different corridors that allows additional flexibility that would be applicable on South Buckner and Forest Lane, right? That they work for both. But then there probably are more deep dives where the community and that corridor does need a little bit more area or corridor planning. And perhaps it's not a huge change in their land use planning, but there still needs to be a corridor area plan that may be addressing other issues other than land use.
I guess a lot of what I see right now is when people try to add mixed use into existing, shopping centers, commercial corridors, commercial areas, is we get these Byzantine PDs that get negotiated that take a very long time. They're incredibly costly in terms of the applicant and city resources. So
That's
try to cut through that, get to a,
part of the reason why they are no longer the neighborhood commercial, the neighborhood community commercial, but they are neighborhood mixed use commercial.
Yeah.
Like, that's the understanding of these areas. All of that commercial space is no longer needed. It needs to be a different, more flexible land use that might be mixed use or might be residential.
Yeah, as far as the goal, I always have an issue with the word underserved. So I'm trying to see what is that referring to in this goal?
Cool. Okay.
So, and I don't have a great answer for you on this one, other than, I think if there is a better term for it, I'm willing to understand and to talk through that. And generally speaking, when economic development is talking about that underserved, they're saying that there's a certain amount of people that live in an area and they don't have these amenities, whether that's park, whether that's sidewalks, economic development, whether that's retail and restaurants. There's not enough of that amenity for the amount of people that are living in that area. So it is underserved. There should be more grocery stores. There should be more, dry cleaners or whatever it is. There's not. So it's underserved for those amenities.
Okay, that's a really good description because those are mostly under like the controls of the municipalities. They can actually fix that easily, right? So I think that's a different term than underserved, right? There's a actual policy and practice decision to not put those amenities in that place. So how do we change that to describe that? Because that's not what that's describing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, in terms of maybe just expounding what that is, like communities that aren't served adequately, or we can kind of like massage that, but basically instead of saying underserved, but that might have some connotations that isn't what we're looking to.
That's right.
Basically just maybe define that a bit more.
Because the goal is not to create more negative perception of communities when you're trying to build economic development. So how do we change that? That doesn't help what we're trying to do.
What would you put on there, Jerry?
Man, it could be a lot of things. First, you start with neighborhoods. Move underserved to, out of the equation. Neighborhoods who are whatever they're trying to do, right? It could be neighborhoods who don't have amenities, right? That's different than underserved neighborhoods, right? You know what I'm saying? Or have historically not have those things, right? Because of policies and practices, right? We can really just asset-based language starts with the thing or the people without like putting an adjective in front of it.
No, yeah, asset-based language thing, we hear that all the time too. I think that makes a lot of sense because we are in our planning sphere all the time. So we say this and we have this connotation, and then I think this is perfect just to make this clearer in terms of that's what we're trying to.
Yeah, for instance, it's like at-risk kids, right? You take at-risk out of the kids and say kids who are facing whatever they're facing, right? You don't want to like further indict those children. You want to like provide the environment where they have what they need. My other thing is something that I thought was a good idea when we talked about the actual place types was the actual city examples, like what exists right now. You all have pictures of things. So Mr. Lopez talked about like something that's really important, which is like job creation. I'm thinking about, the Hotel Pittman, right? It serves so many economic development things for the city. The city gave it tax breaks, $2 million in tax breaks because it preserved the structure, right? It brought hundreds of jobs to that Deep Ellum corridor. I think it's one of the southernmost hotel spots in the city, right? So it just served a lot of different purposes for economic development. And I think that those examples, particularly like we talk about economic development or housing, there are some good examples of the city doing some of these things. And I think that could be instructive for people who are using this Fort Dallas thing to see some examples of what has been done well. I think that's an example of it.
Reminds me of the conversation from the last meeting. I think we were focused on the place types, how we have how we can have more comprehensive examples that kind of show how these place types look like. There might, I'm assuming there's probably examples, hopefully that we can kind of point to within this particular theme spread that touches on that. Curious if you all are still okay with, or up to the conversation in terms of if there are certain examples that don't do that well, but we should be looking to do for the future of the city, because we know the city, is not doing everything perfectly. I think we can look at some best practices. Pictures, I think Mark might talk through that, but I think being able to kind of see how some of these kind of items can kind of like build to a particular grouping of objectives or action items might be helpful for those reading this document.
I just think a real-time example of what the city has done to do this would be really instructive for somebody else trying to do something good, I just think that'd be helpful,
The only, I won't say reservation, I just want to make sure that some of those examples that have been done might not be land use specific, but they might have other elements, other incentives that really touch on land use. So I think we can talk about that too. Right?
Sure.
I think showing an example of how we want to kind of move this forward does make sense. I like the idea. I want to be able to kind of flesh that out and kind of figure out how the best way of showing that.
And even if it's not necessarily land use intensive, because it didn't have to go through an intensive rezoning process, it shows zoning on the ground that wasn't a barrier towards that sort of development.
Correct.
So I would say, I don't recall the Pittman going through any rezoning. It could have been before my time or something like that, but that's an example of a land use and zoning success when something can be developed without having to come to the city for permission.
And the city incentivized it, right? That land use specifically there, because it was a different use at the time, right? Different place type.
Anything else on eco-dev and Ms. Milligan?
Just two things. The objective A, action item 1, I think a lot of these in economic development, again, are very broad and they're going to be hard to measure, but you talk about vibrant spaces to support greater economic outcomes. But then in the TOD, there's a reference to 15-minute complete communities. And so I was just wondering if, because that obviously has a definition. I don't know what the definition is, but would it be better served to also reference that or something, or is it traditional neighborhood development, something that is more specific?
No, definitely. So going back to how the spread's going to be updated, you won't see this in the updated spread, these action items. Those are going to show, they're going to show up on the implementation table with some kind of connections to those other theme connections. I think with this one in particular, we're going back to the definition of the glossary that we're going to be including. I think we can even update this to have that same kind of language, so it's common in terms of what do we mean by vibrant spaces, what do we mean by access to what. I think we want to be able to kind of show that, and I think that connection that you just mentioned there, because the language here and one you mentioned the TOD, and I think even a few other themes are similar. To make sure that we kind of are consistent across the board. So I think when we do our kind of canvassing of all those elements, I think that's one of them that can be either kept into one, that we kind of make that connection clear in terms of what this is doing that the other one is not. But that makes a lot of sense.
And then one thing I think would be beneficial within one of these action items or a new one is there isn't a connection to the comprehensive economic development strategy, which is more of a regional strategy, and there's usually targeted industries. And I think as we're focusing on land use, making sure that our land use policies do allow for development of those targeted industries, and for example, like biomedical, right? Are we ensuring that land use allows for that? And I think it would be great for one of the action items to be something, that our planning efforts are aligned with our targeted industries. Yes. And I think that also relates to jobs, right? Because it's not just jobs, it's good jobs. And I don't know if it goes all in the same action item or a different one, but we've talked a lot about supply for housing and affordable housing, but on the demand side, you address the demand side by increasing incomes through jobs and good jobs. And so I think finding a way to make that connection.
Any additional input on Commissioner Carpenter?
Okay, I got some clarity on key issue number 4, transition of industrial land in vulnerable areas. I could go several different ways in my mind with that statement. Can you kind of explain a little bit what you're talking about? What's a vulnerable area? Why does it, how are you envisioning a transition or evolve?
So it's the idea that you have environmental justice issues that are going on in certain areas. And that as the city is changing the place type, zoning, land uses that are allowed, how are those people who are operating their businesses, how landowners, any of the economic, providing incentives for them to move to a different location or to have a different land use, change from one land use to another.
Which we're already kind of speaking to. So particular
Key issue 4.
or on a
Key issue,
Key issue.
key issue number 4, the transition of industrial planning. So, I mean, what's the definition of a vulnerable area?
right. So I think
It's change its zoning because it's incompatible to have the industrial close to residential.
right. So I think yes, I think that's part of it. I think going back to how we define these in the glossary, kind of pulled a few different metrics and behind the scenes with this particular topic. So I think we can kind of define what that means in terms of proximities to certain industrial uses, lack of access to certain activities or places that would generate income. So we can kind of go back and kind of.
I don't think it's clear where that's from.
Definitely. All right.
Other thing I want to say is under objective A1, identify underutilized surplus or vacant land. I'm very wary of the word underutilized because what I get with developers is they think that anything that has a modest development on it would be so much better utilized if they tore it down and built something, luxury or, whatever.
I believe we had the same
But we-
conversation 2 weeks ago
Yeah.
about having similar language in the residential place types. You say, well, wait a minute, just because there's a townhouse or a house out here doesn't mean it's underutilized. So,
Right.
yeah, no,
Yeah, that's a very worrisome word. Because underutilized is in the eye of the beholder and it can be.
just that word in general, we need to probably control F and figure out all of the locations.
Anyone else? All right. Our last theme, community and urban design. The longest theme.
Right, so we're nearing 2:00, so maybe just kind of hold the group here. So this is the last theme. I think also we wanted to look at or possibly discuss the kind of structure or formatting of the place type descriptions, the district place type maps and how that's kind of being developed. So we can also either talk through that at a later point and add another meeting, or if you all want to stay through 3, we can also do that too as well.
We make very good progress today, but at the same time, I want to make sure that city staff is getting input promptly. Are people able to stay on till 3? I have to step out at 2, and I know Mr. Goldstein does as well, but I can hand it at 2.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Okay, so we'll just reschedule and kind of take through the next few meetings and what that looks like, and we'll provide some clarity before we meet next time.
And one suggestion I might make is, I'm not a Texas Open Meetings Act expert, but obviously we can't confer amongst ourselves about this last item, community and urban design, without group larger than a quorum on that. But I believe that we can individually provide input to city staff, email or phone call or other sorts of meetings. So if you have anything that you think is important to get to city staff on community and urban design, one way to get it to them promptly might be to go ahead and give them your feedback, so they can include that in their work, refining and improving the document.
Yes, definitely.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
what is our timeline here? Where are we going? How much more do we got on this thing? We've been going on for the better part of, what, a year and a half here?
Sure.
With no end in sight.
Well,
I'm trying to get a better sense of where we are, where we're headed and how we close this thing out?
Sure. I mean, I will let city staff speak primarily to that, but I will say that the end is in sight. We do have a draft document in front of us. We've worked through a first draft, and I know city staff will be refining and working to get us a revised second draft that hopefully addresses most, if not all of our concerns. It's incumbent on staff to get us that revised document. I don't want to commit them to a particular timeline, but I know they're working expeditiously on that. So that'll turn it over to us.
Yes, so in terms of the next kind of maybe few meetings that we have with you all, what we'd like to do is provide a kind of internal intermediate draft of comments that we've heard so far. Send that to you before we have our next meeting, just to kind of see how we've addressed some of those major topics and major items. For the most part, a lot of those comments we can address by the time we meet next time. There might be some additional comments or some direction we might need when we do meet. So basically when we meet next time, talking through what that draft looks like from the high level, we'll send that to you all beforehand so you can be able to review that as well. We use that meeting to actually review the document and see how that touches on some of those items. The meeting afterwards on the 20th, so that's going to be, the next meeting is October 10th. The meeting after that, October 24th, I believe, May 26th, you all are going to be reviewing the South Dallas Fair Park area plan. They're on that docket to come before you all. So depending on how much feedback or discussion occurs, our team, the Fort Dallas team, will also probably have another part 2 of the document review for you all to kind of provide either more comments or start to talk through your recommendations moving forward. So basically what we're looking for you all to do, if it takes 2 or 3 meetings, basically refining, looking at the revised document draft, provide your recommendations to CPC, and then handing that off for them to continue their review. So probably by the time we get to the beginning of November, getting a recommendation from this body to move forward with the updated draft that we've developed. And as we continue to refine that for CPC, our team will refine that for them to review and continue the process similar to what you all have done. You've done the grunt work of that analysis, so they'll probably kind of nitpick some language and how that kind of applies to what they do from a zoning perspective. So that's basically what we're looking for you all to do is the next month and a half, maybe 2, depending on what we provide to you all next time, provide a recommendation for CPC to continue the process.
Thank you, Mr. Yu. And I know the South Dallas Fair Park area plan has been worked on for quite some time, and there's been a lot of good work done on that. At the same time, we just need to think carefully about when we schedule that. I don't want to delay that unnecessarily, but with the amount of work that needs to be done on the comp plan update, again, not saying, not setting the agenda months out in advance, but we just need to think about when that comes to us relative to what we're down.
Definitely, and I think the key piece to add to that, the land use component that they're looking at is part of Fort Dallas. So as that kind of moves forward through the process, we're basically moving that forward with South Dallas Fair Park. It's going to be more specific to those area needs, but they're going to be basically all that recommendations, the input that they've gotten from community feedback, that is in Fort Dallas. So I think as we move those forward, this would be contingent upon you all to review both documents simultaneously to make sure the land use component is addressed properly through this document and also how they're addressing the more specific needs in the area.
Yeah, and that area plan, it's formatted very similar to the Fort Dallas, with the understanding that our area plans and neighborhood plans will have a similar kind of format. So they're not all going to look like they came from here and here and here and here. They're all going to look like they came from the same city and the same organization base. And so hopefully that is limiting I've got to wrap my brain around this whole new concept of the whole new thing. Here's how they're getting down into the details on economic development, on land use and those things, as opposed to having to take it from, a completely different point of view.
Right. And the difference between, just for comparison's sake, this particular South Dallas Fair Park plan and WOCAP, they won't have a specific detailed land use plan within that. It's going to be focused and directed toward Fort Dallas and how we address that through the place types and designations there.
All right, any other questions for city staff about next steps or what we have upcoming? Great. Well, thanks everyone for your time today. I'll just note for the record that our meeting minutes from our previous meeting weren't ready for today, which is not a problem at all. We will look at those and hopefully approve them at our upcoming meeting. So with that, we are adjourned at 1:55 p.m. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.